We do this so your granddaughter can work on a farm someday. So the stands will still be packed in 50 years. That's why we come to work every day, obsess over every single detail. Because the story of racing is written one moment at a time. And the future of our industry deserves nothing less. Keeneland. Every moment matters.
Happy Saturday here at Keeneland. Welcome to Today at Keeneland. Gabby and Scott with you for the next 30 minutes. And as usual, a lot to go over this afternoon. Don't forget there's a pick six carryover. Nobody hit the pick six yesterday. We've got a big card ahead of us, especially focusing on those final 6 races. All the races are great today, but a $37,000 carryover that begins in race number 5 for the pick six.
Yeah, and looking forward to it. I thought today's card was really good. Some of the featured races today, they were tough to get through. I think Captain Cook is going to be a heavy favorite in the Perryville, but outside of that, you have some difficult races to get through. I'm looking forward to it, and yet again, another beautiful fall day.
Let's take a look at how you can give us follows on social media on the various outlets: on X at Keeneland Racing, at Keeneland on Instagram and Facebook, at FanDuel TV on X. Download the FanDuel TV Plus app. That's on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. And if you're looking for our picks and you don't want to have to write them down, Keeneland Race Day app, it's right there for you. So download the Keeneland Race Day app on your smartphone or your tablet. Looking back at yesterday, let's start in race number 6. Robbie Medina, Francisco Arrieta teaming up with Miss L, taking this 6th event here yesterday at Keeneland Racecourse.
And Robbie Medina picks up another win at the meet, and Miss L, pretty easy victory in the end. She kicks clear from the rest of the field by multiple lengths. Francisco Arrieta celebrating there in the winner's circle. And then I Be Flying. I Be Flying was all over the racetrack. It was very green, was his first time starter, but definitely talented. And what was kind of cool too, Scott, I don't know if you noticed this, but Irad, who was aboard for the win, it looked like he had a relationship with this horse.
Yeah, it was a very impressive debut effort. We look at race number 8, Jewel Box, in quite a battle, but just hanging in there down on the inside and able to get the victory for Ian Wilkes, Luan Machado in the saddle, and then Frosty View, the Minnesota bred, taking the featured event for Joel Burnt, Abel Cedillo in the saddle.
I love to see that. This horse had series of races at Hawthorne and at Canterbury, was running fast races there, but you never know if it's going to translate to a track like Keeneland, but he did get the victory yesterday. And as we look at the leaders of the meet thus far, Irad Ortiz Jr. atop the jockeys there with 16 wins. His brother Jose Ortiz in second with 11, tied with Luis Saez. Brendan Walsh still atop the trainer board there with 8 wins. Brad Cox with 7.
I haven't seen a lot of movement as far as the trainer standings this week. Just kind of one here, one there. Irad's in the blink of an eye now 5 in front in the jockey standings. But let's go to WKYT for the Saturday weather.
We do have a great day at the races queued up, despite it being a first alert weather day. Don't worry, you will stay dry for those post times as they come throughout our day. In fact, things are going to get a little toasty. You'll reach the low end of the 80s. Those clouds and wind gusts, though, are going to build pretty consistently throughout our forecast. So be ready by the time you're driving home and in the overnight to notice windy, warm, and eventually a wet Sunday forecast. So enjoy your day at the races.
So dry today, most likely wet tomorrow if you're handicapping overnights or when you get back from the races, or for those of you watching at home. Fast and firm today, our track conditions presented by our partners John Deere. So fast and firm for this Saturday. Let's get into our one of 2 stakes races today, the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run. Now, quite a few scratches. The also eligibles all draw in. There are a few rider changes. Just looking to the outside, Tyler rides the 12. That's Gaffleone. Johnny V rides Kappa Kappa, the 13, the 14 and 15 riders as programmed. Reputation's a scratch. As I mentioned, 2, 3, and 4 are out. I believe Vixen running next week, if memory serves correctly, taking a look at the advanced entries, but we'll get to that when we get to it. But Ragtime, the morning line favorite for Godolphin and trainer Bill Mott. She's 3 for 4. Her lone defeat, she was beaten by Kilwin in the Grade 1 test. So this is a very good filly. I go to the filly, though, Usha, for trainer Bob Baffert, Pegram, Watson, Whiteman, the 3 amigos. This filly by Tiz the Law. She was a 2-year-old last year. She couldn't quite break through. Then they gave her time. And with that time and coming back at the age of 3, she has been phenomenal in her 2 starts at Del Mar this summer. She broke her maiden by 11 lengths on July 27th in the first couple of weeks at Del Mar, follows it up with a 5 1/4 length victory in an allowance race, and 2 very nice performances, pretty high speed figures as well. Ships out here to Keeneland Racecourse for the Hall of Famer Bob Baffert, a daughter of Tiz the Law. I just think that she's grown up. She was a horse that had high expectations surrounding her as a 2-year-old, as most do that are debuted during the summertime at Del Mar for Bob Baffert. I think that just at the age of 3, you see what you saw there, and I think we're going to see a little bit more of that here this afternoon, although this is a step up in class, clearly. Maida is an interesting sort, the number 7 horse for Goodfellas and Brittany Russell. She's blitzed some groups between Laurel and Delaware. She just won the Weather Vane Stakes, so she's going to get tested for class today, but she is fast, and we'll see if she can outrun them going 7/8 of a mile here this afternoon. And then finally, the 9-horse Ragtime. The things could be set up for her. I mean, with the amount of speed in this race, she could just lay back, expect that pace to be quick, and make a run at him in this insanely competitive Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run.
It's a good field. Even with some of the scratches, I think the quality still remains in this field.
Oh, yeah.
Ragtime, I saw the race similarly to what you just mentioned. It seems like there's a lot of speed in here, and I think she's going to get an ideal setup. And really, when you look at kind of her division, she's been very strong. Kilwin, obviously, huge win for her 2 starts back, but this really also ran huge in the Grade 1 test. This is a look at her performance in the Grade 3 Dogwood. She dominated against this group. Strong State was in there. Delightful Claire was also in there. She sometimes isn't the best gate horse, and that was kind of what the situation was last time out. She was a little bit slow out of the gate, but I don't think that that's any bit of an issue, especially today, given the race dynamics. When you look at it, I think Maida, Kurt actually told us earlier.
He did.
But this really just continues to improve, and obviously a very, very impressive performance last time out. But she does have to take those talents and speed and be able to get 7/8 with likely other speed like Usha just to her outside. These are 2 very fast fillies, and it could be a fast, contentious pace. So that's why I thought Ragtime, I preferred her. Simply Joking, I'm also using in there, because of kind of the productivity that she had earlier in her season down at the fairgrounds. You never really know what they're going to do. Precocious, early horses coming back, the older they get, late in their 3-year-old season, early in their 4-year-old season, if they continue to improve. But I thought she had a lot of natural talent, and it looks like she's been training really well in the morning at Santa Anita, now trained by Michael McCarthy. So I did use her in second. I also think, although she is fast, she's capable of sitting back, especially at 1-turn distances. She had speed going 2 turns, but she could probably sit back. And then the 7, as I mentioned, Maida, I think she is kind of an up-and-comer.
In my defense, I got the text, but Kurt, I'm sorry. I was watching Champions Day at Ascot this morning, so I failed to write it down. For more on the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run, let's go to Tom Leach.
Quiet Side was last seen in the Kentucky Oaks, and she went postward at 8-1 that day. She's been off since then for trainer John Ortiz and comes back at 7 furlongs here in the Grade 2 Raven Run.
She's shown some speed in her early races. We gave her a good time to recover from the Oaks, and I think it's just a nice, gentler way to get her back in here. I just want her to have a good trip. I was kind of considering going 2 turns, but I think coming off a layup, I think it'd be asking for a little too much.
How's she been training?
She hasn't missed a day. She hasn't missed a meal. She's been training incredible. I said vacation really did her some justice. She's come back a little bit more mature mentally. She still has her moments. She's still full of energy. She's still very quick, but I like that her mentality has been a little bit more focused.
And do you have a feel for what her best distance ultimately will be?
Yeah, I think she's definitely a 2-turn horse. I think she could hit it anywhere between 7 furlongs and a mile and 8. Obviously, that's a big range, but that's a good thing to have if you can. Hopefully, we get a good a good break in this race. Set out for them a little bit and just come home running and just pick up the pieces.
Another interesting challenger to the favorite in here is Usha. Usha comes out of 2 impressive wins at Del Mar, and last time out, the horse that finished 3rd came back to win in a fast time. Bob Baffert is the trainer. I talked to him a couple of days ago while I was here at Keeneland, and he told me that this horse was so impressive that he considered putting her in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. Ultimately decided that would be asking a little too much, so he thinks she'll stack up well against this field. 7 furlongs he doesn't think will be a problem, and he says she has shipped into Keeneland just fine.
That's a look at the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run. Let's go to race number 6, the Grade 3 Perryville. Now, with the scratch of gaming, no superfecta wagering in this race. I spoke to Bob Baffert. He's going to be running on the 25th of this month. So coming up, what would that be, next week? A week from today in the Tokyo City Cup at Santa Anita. So that's where he worked yesterday. He's going to run at Santa Anita next week. And Captain Cook, as you mentioned.
Nice job reporting on that, Scott.
You're welcome. Morning line favorite. I thought he was messing with me for a second because there was a period of time where the Tokyo City Cup was like a 1.5 mile race, and I thought he was messing with me, but I looked up the noms, and it's now a mile race. So what it's worth, thank you, Bob Baffert. Grade 3 Perryville Stakes. Bob's got Barnes in here, the number 3 horse. I go to the 5 horse Captain Cook. We both do. I mean, this is a colt who really got things going. We saw him graduate from the Keeneland November sale. He was with your husband, Norm, to start, and then the John Hendrickson dispersal was purchased by Vinny Viola, went to $410,000 to get this Son of Practical Joke, and it's panned out. I mean, he won the Withers Stakes. He wasn't beaten all that far in the Maxfield, but then in the H. Allen Jerkin Stakes, he was right there with Patch Adams in the end, who is a very good horse.
It's a brutal loss. He was 20-1 in this race, too. A nose away from capturing that Grade 1 Allen Jerkins. And Vinny Viola, obviously a little bit of a backstory there, was good friends with the late John Hendrickson. So he did buy a couple of horses out of the Mary Lou Whitney dispersal, and they wanted to go to $410,000 to pick this horse up. But he is good. He is very good. Obviously, almost winning that Grade 1 last time out at Saratoga. And if he can replicate. Now, I think the biggest question with him today, and you and I agree on him, does he react to that huge performance? Because I think that's the only way he loses today.
Or he moves forward, or
he stays the same,
or he backs it up. Right? He does the same because I think he's no question capable. I also think that Taylor's version. This is a horse on the ascension, right? This number 2 horse for Dale Romans. He's yet to be stakes tested, but his last 2 dirt sprints have been very, very good. He is one that can step up from what we saw from him in his most recent start. And then the number 4 horse, Owen Almighty, on the cutback and distance. Just toss out that Charlestown race. He was eased coming around the 2-turn situation there at Charlestown, didn't handle it. But this horse was 5th in the Kentucky Derby. We saw him blitz a group in the Grade 3 Tampa Bay Derby. He won the Pasco. Owen Almighty, sprinting 7 furlongs today, is a live runner, as is Barnes. I hate leaving Barnes out of here.
I was going to ask you, why did you leave Barnes out?
Because of his race at Parks.
Okay.
Lack of run.
But what about his effort in the Allen Jerkins?
It was
And that was
solid.
First off a layoff, probably bounced second off a layoff off of a huge effort, first off the layoff. Now he's in 3 races into the cycle here. He could fire his best.
You just talked about him. This is a horse that we all thought, okay, after the way that he won his first couple of starts in the San Vicente, comes back in the San Felipe, it was only going to be a matter of time. He's just not lived up to what expectations have been placed on him for a $3 million purchase. I mean, he's good. He's here for a reason, obviously, but I don't know. I just like others in here, and we showed back his backtrack where he was beaten by the horses that we both like.
And I do think it's going to depend on the pace. Taylor's version, obviously, is probably going to go to the inside. Captain Cook, he's very fast. Rolando, the connections might think that it's in his best interest to kind of hustle and be towards the lead. Barnes probably needs a little bit of a pace setup. I don't think he's that slow. He was only about a length off the pace in the Allen Jerkins behind Captain Cook. So I don't know. I'm giving him a little bit more credit. I think that he might have reacted. I mean, look, he shipped from the West Coast to run at Saratoga. Huge effort off of several months on the shelf. Then he has to go back to Parks and then ship back to Santa Anita. He's done a lot in the past couple of months off of that long layoff. So we'll see. I did use him in 3rd. And then Owen Almighty, he is kind of the oddball horse because he did not run anywhere at Charlestown last time out, but clearly something went awry because he's back against Stakes Company today.
Yeah, he got just all kinds of trouble. You were there that night for Charlestown Classic. So that's a look at the Perryville Stakes on the card, race number 6. Let's go to race number 5, a turf allowance race for 3-year-olds and up, going 5.5. This will start the pick 6 with the carryover. Also starts the Keeneland Turf Pick 3 script. morning line favorite at 4-1, scratched into the Sunrise and No Balls, who we could see in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Speaking of Larry Ravelli here when he was here last week, but Script is the favorite, recently just second in the Grade 2 Woodford, so comes back in a matter of 2 weeks to compete again here at Keeneland Racecourse. I'm going to Wendelson for Chris Hartman. It didn't quite work out for me yesterday with Attaché, who was running on turf for Chris Hartman, and he just didn't have much of a run in the featured race. But here's a son of Mendelssohn who, you look at the horses that he's run against. He's won 2 of his last 3 races, but he's been beaten by Banishing and Booth and finished second to both of them. And this is on the dirt, right? And so he's a colt by Mendelssohn. He's only had a few tries on turf, most recently back in November of last year at Del Mar when he was still with Mick Ruiz, still owned by Ruiz Racing. And his first couple of starts were on the turf, and he's just a better horse at this point in time. So I go to Wendelson, the son of Mendelssohn, here in race number 5. Script, yes, he's going to be the favorite, should be beating the neck to condemn that International Invader, the 9-year-old who came here and was very impressive in that performance coming from way out of it. And then the 5-horse, Dabab for Ed Vaughn. He's been just a consistent performer over the last couple of years. He's gotten a win the last couple of seasons, but he shows up. I mean, he's one of those horses that you can rely on underneath at the very least.
So when I looked at this race, I originally thought something kind of kooky could happen in here because it's a turf sprint and there's no speed. The 6 into the Sunrise was the likely speed, and now he is a scratch. So there is even less speed. The 7 Determined Kingdom, I think, has an opportunity to wire the field. He wasn't on the lead last time out, but they did also go very quickly, 21 and change, 44 for the half, even prior to that, 43 for the half up at Saratoga and the Grade 2 Troy. So the point being, he has been involved in some fast paces coming into today. I don't anticipate a quick pace in here. Luis Saez, who we know, good gate rider, good speed rider, aggressive rider. I think he will put this horse in a forward position, and hopefully that's enough to be able to get over the hump, because I understand this horse hasn't managed to find the winner's circle in the past several starts with Mike Trombetta, but Mike Trombetta is a very good trainer, very good sprint trainer as well, whether it be on turf or dirt, and I think this horse has a tactical advantage from a speed standpoint. To that point, the 2 Script, it was an insanely fast pace last time out. It set up for Cottam, who made that last to first move. Also, Script, kind of towards the back of the pack, rallied from off of it. The pace collapsed in that race, and I just don't see that race playing out the same way today. And then the 8-horse, Let My People Go. I don't know. He's kind of mid-pack. He doesn't really have a clear-cut running style, so I do wonder what kind of trip he's going to get. But Tyler Gaffalione gets the call today for trainer Joe Sharp, and it was a big win at Churchill Downs back in June.
It's quite a way to start the pick 6 today.
It
race
is.
Number 5 here at Keeneland Racecourse.
I've always found, though, in turf sprints where there's not a lot of pace, it can go in many different directions. So maybe this is a race that you really want to have coverage in.
Because if that's the case, they all stack up and they've all got a shot, right? Because they're still going to show a kick, you would think, right? I mean, theoretically. Clocker reports. Let's go to race number 3 to Splendid Song. Splendid Song worked 46-3 on the 11th. It's a Yopan filly that worked that bull at 46-3, 2 lengths to the good of her company, Orange Road, an unraced quality road colt for trainer Hugh Robertson. So followed up this breeze with an easy maintenance work in 50-2. So Splendid Song, watch out for her in race number 3. And then in race number 4, Golden Gamble, a stakes place Lauban filly, continues to impress in the morning. Worked a sharp 47-4. On her own for Kenny McPeak, gets back on dirt, will be tighter in her second start off the layoff. So race 3, the 5, race 4, the 9 in the Clocker report. Let's go to the Sales Grad Spotlight, race number 7, and Solomon Bow, Keeneland September Sale Grad of last year, hip number 579, a $350,000 purchase owned by Spendthrift Farm, who still has yet to lose a race here at Keeneland.
That's
true. Been a little bit of time. They're 5 for 5. They still have yet to lose.
Technically 5 for 5, but also 6 for 6 because they co-owned another horse.
Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. In our owner standings. Yeah.
All of the horses that they've been a part of, they've won with at the meet so far.
So good luck to our Sailgrad Spotlight, Solomon Vow. Multi-race exotics. Let's get after it. I like this ticket because I'm hitting the all button in the last race. I think the last race, who knows? That's how I felt. So in race number 7, I'll go 4 deep to start things off in that maiden 2-year-old event. 2, 4, 7, and 8. I think the number 4 horse Glow Over Rose for Wesley Ward of Acoma filly, who's been working fast. Also the number 2 horse for Steve Asmussen, who's had a good go with his young horses. The 7 horse Music Burst for Rusty, and then the 8 horse Solomon Vow for Spendthrift Farm. That Constitution filly in the Sailgrad Spotlight. She could go off as the favorite in that race. Race number 8, that is a mile and a 16th turf event. I thought it was 1 and 9, and then it was kind of a drop-off to the rest of them in that race, at least from my opinion. Ion Rise, an interesting runner coming out here to Kentucky, the 4 in that race, but I left him off so I could hit the all button in race number 10. And then in the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run, I'm rolling with Usha.
Okay. Ooh, bold
for Bob
single.
Baffert.
I like it. And then all in the last. I looked at the Turf Pick 3 today, my favorite wager. Race number 5, just using the 2 and the 7. So this is a 5.5 furlong turf sprint we mentioned. I think the class of script is dangerous, but the lack of pace I think could benefit the 7 Determined Kingdom, who does have a little bit of natural speed. Race number 8, the 5 and the 6 in here. The 5 Degree of Risk for Nolan Ramsey, I think, has the class. But the 6 Greenlight, who I'll talk about in a minute, is one of my better plays today. And then I agree with you, all in the nightcap. It's an expensive ticket, but I think chaos could happen in that nightcap.
How much of that 1,200 do you still have left from, was that opening day when you hit? Opening Saturday?
Yeah.
It's all right.
Not been great.
You're going to bounce back today. You've turned it into a double by hitting the all button.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to our best angles of the day. Race number 2. This will start the early pick 4. Maximus Prime. Big drop down in class today for trainer Tony Mitchell. Colt by Maximus Mischief. His first 2 races were good. He was stakes placed as a maiden behind Pinky Finger in the Kentucky Juvenile. And we take it back to the 1st of May in that race where he comes closing late to finish second at odds of 10-1. For the late Larry Demerit, who had him in his first 2 starts of his career. But he was second to a Wesley Ward runner on debut just prior to this in Victoria's Chances. So this horse going to go a mile and a 16th today after going a 1-turn mile and a mile. I think that's really going to be a big move forward. And in his last 2 races, he ran into Spice Runner in the Grade 3 Iroquois and Rancho Santa Fe, who we saw pick up his second victory in his career for Gary and Mary West just last week. So give me Maximus Prime, keeping it simple, 20 to win on the 3 in race number 2.
Okay. I'm going to take us to race number 8, one of the races that I was mentioning in the sequence of the Turf Pick 3. This race is a mile and a 16th on the firm turf course. It's a allowance race, really tough allowance race, but I like the 6 Greenlight for a couple of reasons. Let's take a look at the last time that he was here at Keeneland, and I know it was a year ago, more than a year ago. It was the 9th of October, 2024. But this race was unbelievable. He makes this slingshot move off the pace. At first, it looks like he has nowhere to go. He's the 1 horse way to the outside. And then he just digs in, and he catches these 2 horses that are in front of him. He gets up to win this race under Jose Ortiz by a neck. Now, he was a heavy favorite that day. He came back off the layoff, won at Churchill Downs. His last 2 races haven't been great. But I think that there is a huge difference between a mile and a mile and a 16th on the turf course.
It's a 16th of a mile exactly.
Yeah, but how the races are run and the internal paces. I can't deal with that today, Scott. Thank you very much for your opinion. Anyway, I like him stretching back out to a mile and a 16th. Now, unrelated, so exacta here, 6 over the 1.5. Unrelated to this, I am a big fan of Matthew McConaughey. He is the author of Greenlight, right? The book? You've never heard it?
I have not.
Okay. I highly recommend the audiobook. It's also Texas-UK game today. Who's the biggest supporter of Texas? Matthew McConaughey. So it's all coming full circle here. Can you follow me?
Well, there was a winner last week, a horse named All Right, All Right.
There you go. That? Even more. Let's add to it. There were a lot of Texas fans out yesterday for Big Blue Day.
Yeah, there was a good exchange on the front side there where the fans were doing their chants back and forth.
Oh, that's
I don't know
fun.
if you caught that.
No,
It was
I
a lot
didn't.
of fun. So it's a big sporting day here in Kentucky. So
There you go. Does that make sense?
yeah, sure. I mean, this
Green
is
light. He says that.
where are we going right now? We're going to Vava. We're going to Vava. Why are we going to Vava? Because she worked this morning.
We had more Breeders' Cup workers this morning. It was a very busy morning. Hats off to our broadcast department and our notes team for figuring out all the information to get this. Vava worked this morning, and obviously she had to cut back to 6 furlongs last time out here at Keeneland. Probably not her preferred distance, but this was a really good maintenance drill. We were talking about Cherie's camp a couple days ago, or what was it, yesterday morning?
Yesterday.
I saw you out in the morning. She has 3 horses, Breeders' Cup bound, all have big chances. Rebel Red, She Feels Pretty, Vava, they put in their big workouts this weekend.
And Vava, don't forget, she is entered rather. She's cataloged in the Keeneland November sale, part of that Premier Book 1 coming up as hip number 187. So Vava, saw her tack walking the Shedbro yesterday. She's a beautiful filly.
She is.
I mean, she walked by Cherie. We had our cameras and stuff there, and she turned around and she looked at the camera. She goes, "They're not here for you today this morning because we were there following She Feels Pretty," but she's gotten used to the attention.
She knows.
She knows that folks are there to see her. And also, let's take a look at a workout on Ben Tornado. This is a horse that will be running in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. He's the horse on the outside in those white blinkers, but on the outside of his workmate. He's a horse that's going to be running in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. He just won a stake over at Churchill Downs. And also, a portion of Ben Tornado will be sold at the Keeneland Championship sale, which really has ramped up here in recent days with the addition of Bracket Buster being added to that sale on the Wednesday before Breeders' Cup weekend.
25% interest being sold in the championship sale, and obviously the championship sale will be happening Wednesday before the Breeders' Cup in the paddock at Del Mar. It is going to be a beautiful event.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Year 2 of the championship sale. So enjoy a great day here today at Keeneland. 2 graded stakes races, a pick 6 carryover of $37,000. That begins in race number 5. For Gabby, I'm Scott. Enjoy a great Saturday of racing.
We do this so your granddaughter can work on a farm someday. So the stands will still be packed in 50 years. That's why we come to work every day, obsess over every single detail. Because the story of racing is written one moment at a time. And the future of our industry deserves nothing less. Keeneland, every moment matters.
There's a reason why Toyota is America's best-selling retail brand. It's the quality, dependability, and reliability that you expect from Toyota. And that starts right here in the USA, where Toyota has invested over $49 billion into 11 different manufacturing plants, including the newest one, a battery plant for its electrified vehicles. There are now 13 different Toyotas built in the USA, with more on the way. America drives Toyota. Let's go places.
Dear racing fans, we've been waiting for you. We've been working, prepping, training, putting together thrilling races, high stakes, favorite traditions, and fresh experiences. From right on the rail to the top of the hill. Whether it's your first meet or your 50th, we can't wait to welcome you back this fall. Love, Keeneland.
Keeneland welcomes Mallory Jones to the paddock. Mallory is a lifelong performer and accomplished vocalist who shares her love of music with audiences across Kentucky. She is a freshman at the University of Kentucky studying public policy, a proud member of Alpha Delta Pi sorority, and the former Miss Kentucky Teen 2024. Today, Mallory is pleased to sing our state song and the national anthem, First, My Old Kentucky Home.
Oh, the sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the people are gay, the corn tops ripe, and the meadows in the bloom, while the birds make music all the day. The young folks roll on the little cabin floor, all merry, all happy and bright. By and by our times come a-knocking at the door, then my old Kentucky home. Good night. Weep no more, my lady. Oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home, far away.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Keeneland is proud to recognize Brandon McCoy with dining as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Brandon. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. Time for a check of the John Deere track and turf conditions. Main track is fast. The turf is firm. The rail at 30 feet on the turf course. Now the changes. Race 1 is where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes and also the early pick 5 get underway. No carryover for the early pick 5. In the opener, scratch the 4, Plausible Denial, and scratch the 8, Cape Trafalgar. Again, scratch the 4, Plausible Denial, and scratch 8, Cape Trafalgar. Second race starts the early pick 4. Scratch the 8, Kid Charlemagne. That's the second race, scratch number 8, Kid Charlemagne. Please note number 13, Dream of You, draws into the race. 13, Dream of You, draws into the race, jockey as programmed. Third race, scratch the 6, Girl Scout. Third race, scratch the 6, Girl Scout. Fourth race has no changes at this time. Race 5 is where the pick 6 begins, $37,000 carryover. It's also where the Keeneland Turf pick 3 begins, made up of races 5, 8, and 10. And in that fifth race, scratch number 6, Into the Sunrise, and also scratch the 10, No Balls. That's race 5, scratch the 6, Into the Sunrise, and also scratch the 10, No Balls. Sixth race is where the late pick 5 gets underway. In the sixth race, scratch number 1, Gaming. Sixth race, scratch number 1, Gaming. No superfecta on race 6. Seventh race starts the late pick 4. Scratch the 9, Aunt Cheryl, and scratch 13, Light My Flame. That's the seventh race. Scratch the 9, Aunt Cheryl, and scratch 13, Light My Flame. Eighth race, scratch the 10, Multitask. That's the eighth race, scratch the 10, Multitask. Jockey change on the 8, the Minkster, Sheldon Russell. Eighth race, number 8, the Minkster, jockey, Sheldon Russell. Featured ninth race, the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run, scratch number 2, Vixen. Scratch number 3, Strong State. Scratch the 4, Volleyball Princess. Also scratch the 6, Reputation. It's the featured ninth. Scratch the 2, Vixen. Scratch 3, Strong State. Scratch 4, Volleyball Princess. And scratch the 6, Reputation. Jockey change on the 12, Vodka with a Twist, Tyler Gaffalione. Number 12, Vodka with a Twist, Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey. 13, Kappa Kappa draws into the race, the jockey, John Velasquez. 13, Kappa Kappa draws into the race, the jockey, John Velasquez. 14, Taliesin also draws in, and 15, Tatia Roa also draws in. Jockeys as programmed in those cases. 10th and final race, no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. In that 10th race, scratch number 4, Minstrelly. Also scratch 14, Academic Freedom. 15, Indigo Woods. And 16, Rhapsody in Motion. 10th race, scratch number 4, Minstrelly. Also scratch the 14, Academic Freedom, the 15, Indigo Woods, and the 16, Rhapsody in Motion. Jockey change on number 3, Maverick Queen, the jockey, Axel Concepcion. That's the 10th race, number 3, Maverick Queen, the jockey, Axel Concepcion. Jockey change on the 12, Karma Cat, John Velasquez. Number 12, Karma Cat, John Velasquez, the jockey. And please note, number 13 draws into the race. 13, Pashmina draws in, the jockey as programmed, and those are the current changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Thank you so much, Kurt Becker. A lot to look forward to on this Saturday. Let's start with the pick 6 carryover, Gabby. That's in race number 5, over $37,000, and it only gets better from there because in that pick 6 sequence, we have 2 really nice stakes races.
It's such a good card today. Now, in one of the features in the Grade 3 Perryville Stakes, we do have a heavy favorite in there, in the likes of Captain Cook, who is 6-5 on the morning line for trainer Todd Pletcher, and Vinny Viola's St. Elias Stables. He is certainly the horse to beat, but this is a group of really nice horses. I think Owen Almighty could bounce back. Barnes in there for Bob Baffert. Who knows what he's capable of doing? It's a potent field this year.
And the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run is race number 9, a big field here. You've got Ragtime as the morning line favorite, Usha, who's really blossomed this summer for trainer Bob Baffert at Del Mar, and then Quiet Side on the comeback on the cutback and distance.
Yeah, there were a couple of fillies last year or earlier this year, I should say, were kind of on the trail to the Kentucky Oaks, and I think at this point of the year, it looks like they might be better suited to go one-turn distances. So kind of a little bit of a change in tactic there today, but I'm really excited to see some of those fillies back in action today, and that is a loaded field, but definitely headlined by Ragtime.
2 graded stakes races, a pick 6 carryover, and 10 races to look forward to here at Keeneland. We're 18 minutes away from the start of this Saturday card here at Keeneland Racecourse. This is a about 7 furlong distance race for $40,000 claimers, 3-year-olds and up. Does start our early pick 5 and the first of many doubles and pick 3s throughout the entire card. Scratch the 4 and the 8. Current favorite is the number 1 horse, Play the Trumpet. But I'm going to play against that horse with the 3rd choice right now. That is Magnolia Midnight, a gelding by Midnight Storm, who hasn't been seen in a couple of months since a pair of starts up at Saratoga. But I'm going to lean on the cutback in distance for this son of Midnight Storm and the fact that he's run well enough here at Keeneland in the past. It's been a little bit of time since we've seen him run on this main track, but his last couple of starts, in fact, his last half a dozen races, he's shown speed, and then he's been caught in a majority of them. He did win a 40,000 claimer at Aqueduct, going a 1-turn mile by 8 3/4 as the heavy favorite. But I think that the cut back by a furlong here this afternoon will benefit this runner with Irad Ortiz Jr. in the saddle, so I'll go to Magnolia Midnight in the opener as my top selection. Second choice is the favorite for me. That's the one, Play the Trumpet, for David Jacobson, riding a 2-race win streak, back-to-back wins at Churchill, both between 7 furlongs and 6 furlongs. I just wonder how he's going to handle this inside post position and what Tyler Gaffleone, how much he's going to have to use if he tries to battle for position early on coming out of the chutes on the Beard course at this about 7 furlong distance. You can't question his form. He's won 4 of his last 5 starts, and his only defeat in his recent 5 starts was a second-place finish at Churchill Downs, and he's clearly a runner that's gotten better from breaking his maiden for 20 at Oaklawn Park. So Play the Trumpet definitely deserves respect, but I just went elsewhere as far as the top selection because of the post-position draw on Play the Trumpet. And then finally, the number 2 horse, Mina, for Steve Asmussen. This is a colt that we've seen here win at Keeneland a couple of years ago. He's 1 for 1 on this main track. He's had a bit of an adventurous campaign throughout the last couple of years. He spent some time at Remington, Oaklawn Park. He ran in the Grade 3 Oklahoma Derby. He's been put in some very difficult situations. And Steve Asmussen declaimed him last time out for himself, his son Keith James, going to be riding this afternoon. So there's some backlash there. I know that this operation, they seem to look towards horses in the claiming ranks with horses with some backlash. So claimed him for 40, wheel him back for 40,000 here today, and he's 1 for 1 at Keeneland, 7-1, a good price on Mina, the number 2 horse here in the opener. Good luck in the first of 10 races this afternoon. Race 1 starts the early pick 5 here at Keeneland Racecourse.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. $40,000 the claiming price, 3-year-olds and up. Beard course, about 7 furlongs. Over the fast main track, double and pick 3. Wagering start of the early pick 5, no carryover. Scratch the 4, Plausible Denial. Also scratch number 8, Cape Trafalgar. Post time at 8 minutes.
Seven minutes away from the opener, and horses warming up to start the early pick 5 here at Keeneland. The pick 5 pool approaching $300,000, so going to be another big pool in these pick 5 sequences here this afternoon. So get involved in the pick 5 and all the wagers involving race number 1. Very fit-looking group of horses, and the 7 is one of them, certainly, if they all are, obviously. He is a 13-1 shot, Midnight Pranks for Workman Ranch and trainer Lonnie Wiggins. He was just recently 3rd at Churchill Downs. He's one that can benefit from a quick pace. If folks go out there, if these horses go out there with their riders and set a quick pace, he is one that could close with Junior Alvarado. He really perked up when Junior jumped aboard him in the paddock, and Junior kept his feet out of the stirrups for a little bit. Obviously doesn't have that option at this point in this warm-up. It's a Midnight Pranks, one that gets his race going later on in the second half of the race as far as doing his best running. So at 13-1, he could be a contender in here if you're looking for a price to get things going in this early pick 5. Good luck. Now just 6 minutes away from post time.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line, first race. Play the Trumpet moves in. Here's Mina moving into line. Bold Discovery walks up. Magnolia Midnight will be next. 3 more left to load. Here's Indy Magic. Midnight Pranks coming forward. American Experiment, the last one. Last one walks up. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Magnolia Midnight. Play the Trumpet to the inside. American Experiment up close in the opening strides to the far outside as they head up the chute and on to the back stretch. Magnolia Midnight has the early lead. Leads it by 3/4 of a length. American Experiment goes second up on the outside. Play the Trumpet is third. Bold Discovery fourth. Indy Magic moves up fifth to fourth to third on the far outside. A length and a half off the lead in the center of the track. Further back, Mina back toward the inside. Runs along next to last. And Midnight Pranks is the trailer as the field gets the opening quarter in 22.66 seconds. Magnolia Midnight leads the field over to the far turn. American Experiment is second. Indy Magic far outside goes wide to the far turn. From third, just a length off the lead. Play the Trumpet is in behind that trio toward the inside in fourth. Bold Discovery fifth on the outside of that one. Mina next to last. And Midnight Pranks is the trailer as they move midway on the turn. Indy Magic starts moving forward far outside to try to put a head in front. American Experiment is right there. Magnolia Midnight lost ground. Play the Trumpet is still looking for running room and behind horses. Has gone to third. Starts to swing toward the outside as they move off the far turn to the top of the stretch. Play the Trumpet still has ground to make up, though, and starts to come forward. Mina's trying to get going as well, but they got to get Indy Magic, who's already past the 8th pole, has the lead by a length and a half. Coming to the 16th pole, American Experiment in second, and then Mina goes third. Play the Trumpet is still lingering in fourth, well inside the final 16th. Indy Magic, Luis Saez aboard. Indy Magic to win the opener. Going to be close for second, either American Experiment or Mina with that late run, and behind that pair, Play the Trumpet was fourth.
Well, the favorite delivers in race number 1, Indy Magic for Carlos David, a son of Good Magic with Luis Saez in the saddle. Has the lead at this point in time and nobody able to get close to him. Mina ran on nicely from off the pace under Keith James Asmussen for his son Steve. But Indy Magic, that's 3 victories in a row. A win at Starter Allowance Company at Saratoga. Now wins for 40 down here at Keeneland. 7-5, the off odds on Indy Magic, our first winner of the day.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race: number 6, Indy Magic, first. Number 9, American Experiment, was second. The 2, Mina, was third. And number 1, Play the Trumpet, fourth. 6-9-2-1, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, number 6, Indy Magic, owned by Zilla Racing Stables of Michael Piazza, Blackjack Racing LLC of Charles Schulman, Aquanova Stable of John Bianco, trained by Carlos David. Luis Saez is the jockey. 1 minute 27.05 seconds. The time for the Beard course, about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. First race results official, 6-9-2-1. The official results for Keeneland's first. Keeneland's second race upcoming. The main track is listed fast. This race will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the early pick 4. Main track is fast. The turf is firm today. The rail at 30 feet on the turf course. In race 2, scratch the 8, Kid Charlemagne. 8, Kid Charlemagne is scratched. A reminder, 13 draws in. 13, Dream of You, draws into the race. Jockey as programmed.
Race number 2 coming up in less than 19 minutes here at Keeneland Racecourse. Scratch the 8, and we've got a field of 12 here until you start the early pick 4 this afternoon at Keeneland. And 5-2 on the number 3 horse, Maximus Prime, for trainer Anthony Mitchell, colt by Maximus Mischief, who started off his career with the late Larry Demerit and finished second in 2 starts for Larry Demerit, including a second-place finish as a maiden in the Kentucky Juvenile Stakes back on Derby Week, Kentucky Derby Week at Churchill Downs. In his next 2 starts now with Anthony Mitchell, he's run against some very difficult competition. His first start of the summer, this summer at Ellis Park, I should say, he ended up running into Rancho Santa Fe, Gary and Mary West runner, who we saw win earlier this meet here at Keeneland Racecourse. And then they stepped him up, still as a maiden in the Grade 3 Iroquois, beaten by Spice Runner and Comport and Vost. So this is a big drop down in class for Maximus Prime, moving in not only into maiden ranks, but maiden auction restricted company here today. A horse that was purchased for just $50,000 last year as a yearling. So Maximus Prime, big drop in class, and the handicappers and horse players are responding to bring him down to 5-2. I think that he is going to come with a strong run here, going a mile and a 16th, and his first true 2-turn test, having gone a mile at Churchill, that 1-turn mile, and then that sort of 1.5-turn setup over at Ellis Park. So like the looks of Maximus Prime based on his run lines, his form lines coming in to this second event. Outlaw Empire, the number 1 horse for Brett Calhoun, comes third off of a bit of a layoff, colt by a Classic Empire. He really took a nice move forward, going a route of ground for the first time. We talked about this yesterday with Brett Calhoun and his runners going long for the first time in their career, and this is a reflection of that. A colt that sprinted in 2 starts and then routed, and he ended up running the best race of his career. So gets that inside post position. I'm sure they're going to try to be forward with the first wire finish here at Keeneland Racecourse. So at 6-1, that's a really nice price on this colt, especially for Brett Calhoun. And speaking of his patterns as far as going a route of ground for the first time, winning at a high percentage, second time that his horses route, he's winning 22% of the time. So that's a positive statistic when looking at the 1-horse Outlaw Empire. And then Spun Legacy is the number 2 horse for trainer Joe Sharp. He's another one that his races on turf were not all that bad. I think you can just throw out his Kentucky Downs race because it's Kentucky Downs, and I think that's a mindset that most horse players take coming into the fall here at Keeneland Racecourse. But he went 2 turns on the turf at Ellis and finished second. Now they're going to try him 2 turning on the dirt here this afternoon and back in against auction restricted type company. So he's a player at 11-1 in my opinion, especially with that inside post position, trying to save some ground going into the first turn in this big field. Good race coming up. Race number 2, maiden auction restricted special weight event. Race number 2 does start the early pick 4, and doubles and pick 3s continue to roll here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, maiden auction, 2-year-olds, 1 mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch the 8, Kid Charlemagne. A reminder, 13 draws in. Dream of You, number 13, draws into the race jockey as programmed. Double pick 3, started the early pick 4. Post time at 8 minutes.
Just 6 minutes away from the start of the early pick 4. This is race number 2 here at Keeneland. Maiden auction restricted 2-year-olds, and Consequential is who we're taking a look at here, warming up a Julian Late Peru. 15-1 on the board at this point in time. Here is a colt by Known Agenda, bred by Dixiana Farms. It is going to be has been entered in the Keeneland Horses of Racing Aid sale on November 12th. That single-day session, hip number 4035. So a maiden coming into this race. We'll see if we get any updates on Consequential, as we'll see him in just a few weeks on November 12th in the Horses of Racing Aid sale. The number 10 horse, Project Ace. 5-1 in the paddock. He's down to 9-2 right now. This is a colt by War of Will, owned by the Albaugh family stable. He's a half-brother to Mr. Money, who was quite a runner and stakes winner and did a lot of good during his racing career, and a horse who was a 2-turn runner. And this is a colt that didn't break all that well on debut, but ran on to finish third. So going 2 turns this afternoon, certainly feel that the added distance should help him with the pace not being as quick from that outside draw. Project Ace getting some attention, 9-2 on the board, going long. Looks like it should fit his profile based on the one start in his racing career. Good luck in race number 2. We're 5 minutes away.
Looking ahead to Keeneland's 9th and featured race. In the 9th race, scratch number 14, Taliesin. 9th and featured race, scratch number 14, Taliesin. Your attention, please. A late scratch. Scratch number 12, King of Somewhere Hot. Keeneland's second race, a late scratch. Scratch the 12, King of Somewhere Hot. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick four. Moving into line, race two. Maximus Prime goes in, along with Section. Flat Rock Road comes forward, also Project Ace. Here's Consequential. Now Quarry. Dream of You will be the last one. Drawing in off the also eligible list. Coming forward. Goes in, first wire at the post. And they're off. There goes Outlaw Empire from the inside, followed by Spun Legacy. Quarry moves up on the far outside as they head for the first turn. Outlaw Empire has the early lead. Spun Legacy goes second, Quarry third, and wide into the first turn. Now starts to angle down a bit closer toward the rail to try to clear some of that inside traffic first. Outlaw Empire, the leader. Quarry outward from the rail is in second by a half length, starts moving up just off the leader's flank. And then Maximus Prime is in third position, underappreciated fourth up on the outside. Spun Legacy shuffled back into the fifth spot onto the back stretch and is followed by Flat Rock Road, sixth toward the outside, 23.77 seconds, the time for that first quarter. Vitruvian Man is seventh, Section is eighth, Project Ace is in ninth, Dream of You is in 10th position, and Consequential last of the 11, midpoint of the backstretch, Outlaw Empire the leader. Outlaw Empire leads it by 3/4 of a length. Quarry goes second by 2 lengths as they head for the far turn. Maximus Prime is third by 3/4 of a length, underappreciated, fourth on the outside, then a gap of better than 5 more lengths back to Vitruvian Man. Opening half mile in 47.89 seconds. And here's Quarry starting to draw alongside of Outlaw Empire. They're separated by a neck. That's the battle for the lead midway on the far turn. A margin of 6 more lengths then back to Maximus Prime, who is not closing the gap. In fact, has lost more ground to the top two. Less than a quarter mile to go. Quarry from the outside puts ahead in front. Outlaw Empire still there, but now second toward the inside. Vitruvian Man moves up into third. Maximus Prime is in fourth, and Project Ace is fifth back toward the inside, and Quarry has the lead. Short stretch, final furlong. It is Quarry with Project Ace running up the inside. Vitruvian Man coming from the outside. They're trying to catch Quarry. Project Ace is running out of racetrack, trying to squeeze through the inside. Vitruvian Man to the outside. These two come to the front, heads bobbing on the wire.
Just witnessed a rarity here in a short stretch finish at Keeneland Racecourse at a mile and a 16th. Horses coming from this far off the pace to be involved for the victory. But Quarry, he just started to falter. He just starts to dwindle. He's getting extremely tired. And then here comes the charge of the 7 on the outside and the 10 down to the inside, Project Ace. And maybe the 7 getting the best bob, as we'll take another look at it here in slow-mo. Quarry going to get swallowed up here in the final stages. 7 on the outside, the 10 on the far side as they come to the first wire finish. Looks like the 7 got the best of the bob, but it's extremely close here in race number 2.
Unofficial results in Keeneland's second race: 7, Vitruvian Man finished first. 10, Project Ace was second. The 11, Quarry was third. And number 1, Outlaw Empire fourth. 7, 10, 11, 1, unofficial. Results of race 2 official, 7, 10, 11, 1 official. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the official winner, number 7, Vitruvian Man, owned by WC Racing of Glen Sorgenstein, trained by Doug O'Neill, Joel Rosario, the jockey. Vitruvian Man, 2-year-old son of Vino Rosso out of Caradini by Bernardini, bred in Kentucky by Glen Sorgenstein WC Racing Incorporated. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 47.65 seconds. We turn your attention to the winner's circle at this time. Karen Bowens of the MAP Foundation Incorporated is honored to accept a donation of $5,000 from Keeneland, represented by Shannon Arvin, CEO and President, and from Lexus of Lexington, represented by Brad Pollard. This donation will benefit the Woodhill Community Center, which provides a safe and enriching environment for children, teens, and families involved in Lexington Leadership Foundation's Urban Impact Initiative to experience academic, arts, and athletic opportunities. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Main track listed fast. Scratch the 6 Girl Scout third race coming up.
Just 15 minutes away from race number 3 here at Keeneland. This third race, a 6-furlong maiden special weight event for 2-year-old fillies. $110,000 purse. Scratch the number 6 horse, so a field of 11 getting set to line up here in race number 3. The favorite is the number 7 at 3-2, Glam Slam for trainer John Service. This is a filly by McKinsey that was purchased as a yearling for $385,000 last year at the September sale, and she's run 2 good races. She was beaten by On Time Girl, good filly in that race at Ellis on debut. Came over to Churchill Downs, finished second from post position number 5. This is her third opportunity, and she did improve a bit when you just take a look at the times of those 2 races and the finishing position, half a length better for what it's worth. But third start of her career, they keep her sprinting here this afternoon. Irad comes right back to ride her for a second consecutive race. Glam Slam is going to be a tough customer in here if she can back up those performances that we've seen from her so far to date, to which she was able to get her racing career underway back at the beginning of August. We move on to the number 5 horse, Splendid Song, for the McGowan family Extreme Racing Stables, filly by Yopon that they got for $140,000 at the September sale last year. She's a big, pretty filly, big, stout filly getting set for her first career start, and she has worked well here at Keeneland since progressing as far as her travels and training. She started her training up at Canterbury in Minnesota, took a stop in Chicago, just outside of Chicago at Hawthorne, put a work in there for trainer Hugh Robertson, and then has come down here to Keeneland. But she worked very well out of the starting gate. That is Splendid Song, and looking at her physicality, she is a beautiful filly by Yopon, who is one of the top freshman sires of 2025. So at 9-1, that's a square price on a filly that looks like she can run. And then the 3-horse Naughty by Nature, an Into Mischief filly, $450,000 yearling purchase last year at Keeneland, September. She's out of a stakes-winning first dam in Moonshine Memories, daughter of Malibu Moon, one of the leading broodmare sires. But this is a Rusty Arnold trainee who's been working pretty swiftly as well. You go back to September, she worked 46-3 out of the gate, and then just some easier workouts thereafter. So at odds of 5-2, Rusty Arnold, he can strike first time out, and the fact that this one's getting played, I think, tells you everything that you need to know. This is race number 3 coming up in 12 minutes.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Stone Tower. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. 6 furlongs over the fast main track. A maiden special for 2-year-old filly. Scratch the 6 Girl Scout. Post time in 7 minutes.
Prices come down pretty steadily on the number 5 horse Splendid Song. First over in the paddock at about 25 minutes to post, 25 minutes to post. She was 10-1, now sitting at 6-1. So she's impressed some folks. She impressed our clockers, as that was the discussion on today at Keeneland with that fast gate workout. Daughter of Yopon, Keeneland September sale grad, 6-1 on the board, live on the tote board here in race number 3. 5 minutes to get all wagers in at Keeneland.
Late scratch in Keeneland's third race, the 7 Glam Slam late scratch. 7 Glam Slam late scratch. Moving into line, race 3, Stone Tower. Private Debbie moves in. Ranadara comes forward. Splendid Song. Maya Papaya. Signed with Love walks up. Bourbon Notes, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off. Runadara, Splendid Song goes for the lead now. Runadara will go in second position. Maximum Offer, Naughty by Nature, comes away running in fourth. Bourbon Notes is fifth. Signed with Love is in sixth as they head for the far turn. Maya Papaya is seventh. Flash of Freedom is in eighth. Tislin is ninth back toward the inside. Private Debbie is last of the 10. Onto the turn they go. Splendid Song against the rail. Leads it by 3/4 of a length. Naughty by Nature is second. Then a gap of 2. Runadara goes third. Maximum Offer is fourth toward the inside. Bourbon Notes fifth up on the outside. Flash of Freedom is sixth outward from the rail around the turn and running nearly 10 lengths off the lead. Splendid Song to the inside has the lead by just a length off the turn. Naughty by Nature is second. Runadara swings out wide for the drive at the quarter pole. In third, Bourbon Notes is in fourth. Maximum Offer fifth back toward the inside. Splendid Song is chased by Runadara. Nothing from Naughty by Nature, who's losing ground in the stretch. Here's Runadara right alongside of Splendid Song. Maximum Offer third up the rail. Flash of Freedom fourth on the outside. Runadara past the 16th pole. Keith James Asmussen aboard. It is Runadara to win it. Splendid Song and then Maximum Offer and Flash of Freedom.
Huge upset here in race number 3 as Runadara runs him down from off the pace for Steve Asmussen, his son Keith James in the saddle. She collars the pace setter and one of the favorites, Splendid Song, who ran a good race. She was sharp out of the gate like she was in her workout, but just could not keep it going for the full 6 furlongs. And Runadara coming in with race experience, a daughter of Gun Runner, scoring here in start number 3 of her career.
Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the Stone Tower, number 9, Runadara, owned by Douglas Scarborough, trained by Steve Asmussen, Keith James Asmussen, the jockey. Runadara, 2-year-old gunrunner filly out of Adara by Cowboy Cal, bred in Kentucky by Douglas Scarborough. The 6 furlongs over the main track listed fast, 1 minute 12.2 seconds, and the results are official 9.528, the official results. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the third race, the Stone Tower, to the connections of Runadara. Fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering. Main track is fast. Fourth race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No changes in the fourth.
Race number 4 coming up next, and we are coming up on 17 minutes to post. We are there, 17 minutes to post. First level allowance race, 1.16 miles the distance. Saw horses close on the main track in the last couple of races. We'll see if there's a trend going on here this afternoon with this 1.16 race. The number 4 horse is Necessity for Norm Cassidy and Tranquility Lake Farm, a daughter of Constitution who races with Lasix again here today. Her 2 best races have come with that race day medication, and she's 5-2 on the board right now. And also those races have come against Allowance Company. Her other runs without Lasix, running in graded stakes types at Oaklawn Park, or graded stakes races in the Honeybee and the Grade 2 Fantasy. Her last race going 1.1 miles, maybe just a hair too far for her, so backing up to 1.16 miles for Norm Cassie, with Irad taking the call. 5-2 on the board right now, a square price on the favorite in this race. And she is the horse that I like by far and away the best here in race number 4. The number 2 horse, Eunomia, is a filly by Tiz the Law, who gets back onto dirt. Her races on turf were solid. She laid back, made a run. Can she be effective in doing the same thing, or can she go back to being a little bit more forward in her races like we saw her when she broke her maiden at Keeneland? That's the one thing that she's got going for, is that she has won at this trip, sitting close to the pace. She had an inside draw when you go back to the fall of last year when she was a 2-year-old filly, and she's got an inside draw here today. So Eunomia for Vicky Oliver is a live runner at odds of 8-1. And then Lady of Silence is the number 6 horse. She's 16-1 currently for Joanne and Alex Leblong for David Fox. They tried her on the turf course at Ellis, not nearly as effective on the turf, so this is about the surface switch for this daughter of Munnings, getting back onto dirt for this new barn. And when David Fox moves horses from a turf race to a dirt race, it's a very high percentage win rate, 29% from 17 runners that have done that. It's not happened a lot out of the David Fox barn, but when he makes moves off of turf to dirt, as he is with this filly, the 6 Lady of Silence, you've got to take note of it. She's a big price, 16-1 on the board. In fact, second longest shot in this race. Good race coming up. Race number 4, a first level allowance race for fillies and mares 3 and up. Again, short stretch in play. First wire finish at 1.16 miles on the fast main track. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Crestwood Allowance. Fillies and mares age 3 and up, a mile and a 16th. Over the fast main track, the race will finish in the short stretch, the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering, no changes in this fourth event. Turf is listed firm, the rail at 30 feet. Main track is listed fast. Post time, 7 minutes.
Taking a look at Snow White right now, the number 5 horse. A little cold on the board. Thought this filly would take a little bit more play given what she was able to do at the age of 2. She was grade 1 placed in the Frizette Stakes at Belmont at Aqueduct. She ran in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies back going almost to a year back at Del Mar. This year, she finally broke through in her most recent start, picking up win number 1 of her career, and mentioned she was grade 1 placed in the Frizette. That was as still a maiden. So perhaps the light bulb has gone on. She's, again, a little chilly on the tote board, 6-1 on the board on Snow White, the daughter of Good Magic. The number 8 horse is who we're going to take a look at next. That is St. Nancy S for Kenny McPeak. She's a big, pretty filly. 1-for-1 in her career. She broke her maiden in April at Oaklawn. They've given her some time since that maiden breaking score on debut. She won that race 5 months ago, but we'll see how she fares today. She is a horse that definitely looks phenomenal in a very good-looking group of runners, and the 8 is currently sitting at 6-1 on the tote board. The number 7 horse for Cherie DeVoe, Just the Sky. This is a daughter of Justify. Big pedigree here by that Triple Crown champion and Horse of the Year as she's getting onto dirt for the first time in her career. Her daddy, Justify, was a Triple Crown winner on dirt, so maybe the move to this main track here at Keeneland can really move her forward. And she's entered in the Keeneland November sale coming up in just a few weeks as hip number 455, Just the Sky, on track now. Keeneland November on down the line. Good luck. Race number 4 up next.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Crestwood. Moving into line, fourth race. Sierra November and Just the Sky come forward. Necessity moves into line. St. Nancy S. Golden Gamble, the last one. Walks up. Goes in, first wire, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Take Charge Omaha with Eunomia from the inside. Golden Gamble far outside. Necessity between horses. St. Nancy S. is also up close, battling for the early lead. St. Nancy S. starts to clear the inside traffic. Golden Gamble goes second on the outside. Eunomia gets down next to the rail in third. Snow White, three wide and fourth, moving up out toward the center of the track now around the first turn. Necessity between horses is in fifth. Take Charge Omaha sixth. Lady of Silence alongside her is seventh. A gap of 2 more lengths back to Just the Sky, who's next to last, and Sierra November is the trailer off the first turn, 23.77 seconds. Time for the opening quarter. Golden Gamble from the outside leads it now by just ahead. And St. Nancy S is second, 3/4 of a length. Snow White third to the far outside, a half length. Eunomia is tucked away toward the inside in fourth by 2. Necessity is next, fifth on the outside, a half length. Take Charge Omaha, and then Just the Sky in between horses. Sierra November moves up a spot, now 2 positions from last onto the far turn against the rail. And Lady of Silence is last 8 lengths off the lead. 48.06 seconds was the time for the first half mile. Snow White is moving up on on the far outside now. Tries to draw alongside of Golden Gamble. Eunomia is in third position around the far turn. St. Nancy S is dropping back toward the back of the pack as they move for the top of the stretch. Take Charge Omaha is fourth. Comes up the inside. They're at the quarter pole. 5 lengths off the lead. Now Take Charge Omaha has run. Has to switch toward the outside. Still 5 from the front. Eunomia moves up and takes the lead. Take Charge Omaha comes behind her. Snow White is still there in between that pair. Moving by the 8th pole. Eunomia's got the lead. Eunomia opens up by 3, by 4 to Snow White in second, a length and a half. And then Take Charge Omaha, who's third. It is Eunomia for John Velasquez. Here's the wire. Eunomia wins it. Snow White was home second. Take Charge Omaha across the wire in third. And then further back, Necessity fourth.
This is her time of the year and going a mile and a 16th. Eunomia, a year ago, winning at a mile and a 16th, being forward. She was here today. She just listens to her rider. That seems to be the case because she was way off the pace in her recent races. Not the case here this afternoon. An impressive performance for owners Jewel Box Racing, Vicky Oliver, and Johnny Velasquez, springing a mild upset at 9-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. The 2, Eunomia, finished first. 5, Snow White, was second. The 1, Take Charge Omaha, third. And the 4, Necessity, fourth. 2-5-1-4, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the Crestwood, number 2, Eunomia, owned by Jewel Box Racing of Catherine Day, trained by Vicky Oliver, John Velasquez, the jockey. Eunomia, 3-year-old filly by Tiz the Law, out of Speedy Vanessa by American Pharaoh, bred in Kentucky by Breed First LLC. The Keeneland September graduate gets the mile and a 16th over the fast main track in 1 minute 44.55 seconds. Fourth race results official, 2-5-1-4, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Crestwood Trophy presentation to the Connections of Eunomia. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering offered here. Start of the pick 6 with that $37,000 carryover. Also the start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3 made up of races 5, 8, and 10. Turf is firm. The rail at 30 feet. Scratch the 6. Into the Sunrise. Also scratch the 10. No balls. Scratch the 6 and the 10. Race 5 on the way.
Pivotal race on the card here today at Keeneland. This fifth race concludes the early pick 5. The early pick 4 starts the pick 6 with the carryover and also begins the $3 Keeneland Turf pick 3 for races 5, 8, and 10. And right now the wagering is pretty wide open. Wendelson, the number 1 horse, is a colt by Mendelson, who has been a very steady performer on dirt, stakes winner on dirt in the Eclipse Stakes in that restricted stakes race at Oaklawn Park in his last race 6 months ago. But comes here to Keeneland Racecourse to try the turf course once again in his racing career. He's run 3 times in the past on the turf course. He's yet to break through, but the early days of his career, he started off on turf, and I think he's just a better horse now. And the last turf run, it was at Del Mar, going a mile and a 16th. And I think that obviously the sprinting is more of his game. So I'll go with this son of Mendelson, that is Wendelson, for Ruiz Racing and trainer Chris Hartman here in race number 5. The horse just to his outside will be the 2-horse Script. 5-2 favorite for Rusty Arnold and Stone Farm. This is a gelding that nearly won the Grade 2 Woodford Stakes on opening weekend here at Keeneland. He was 22-1, came rolling late, had quite a pace setup out in front of him, but coming back in 2 weeks from that race, can understand why Rusty Arnold's taken this shot in an allowance race in which he qualifies for. So at 5-2, he is a horse you cannot leave off of your ticket, whether you're playing the pick 6, the turf pick 3, or any other wagers here in race number 5. And then finally, the number 5 horse, DeBob, for Ed Vaughn. This is a gelding by No Nay Never, who just always runs a good race, it seems. And he's been here at Keeneland in the past. He didn't hit the board in that attempt, but this year he's got a victory at Churchill going 5.5 furlongs. He's running some stiff competition in his last couple between Kentucky Downs and Ellis. They ship him around, and he just runs good races. He nearly won the Grade 2 Nearctic Stakes this time last year up at Woodbine. He was just behind the Canadian Horse of the Year, Patches O'Houlihan, in that race. So he is 6-1 on the board right now. You've always got to respect this hard-trying son of No Nay Never. Good luck in race number 5. Don't forget about that pick 6 carryover. The pool with the carryover at the time being now over $136,000.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race. The Calumet, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up at 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf, the rail at 30 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6. With that $37,000 carryover, the pool now $155,000. Keeneland Turf Pick 3 also begins here. Scratch the 6 into the sunrise. Also scratch number 10. No balls. Post time in 9 minutes. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Calumet. Start of the pick 6, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. Pick 6 pool over $200,000 now. Moving into line, race 5. Mustache comes forward. Determined Kingdom. Here's Mischievous Rogue, along with Let My People Go. Little Knee will be the last one. Last one walks up. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off. Mustache and Let My People Go, Determined Kingdom, and Wendelson also right there. Here's Wendelson kicking in down toward the inside to challenge for the lead, and has Mustache right alongside in that early battle for the top spot. They're joined by Determined Kingdom, who moves up third to the far outside. The front three now in a line, a gap of just over 2 more lengths to Script to the inside of Let My People Go, who moves by 1 spot from the outside onto the far turn. Little Knee going to be caught wide in the 6th position, and is followed by DeBob in 7th. Mischievous Rogue, last of 8, 22.04 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Wendelson has the lead. Mustache is second around the turn. Determined Kingdom far outside is running in third. 3 lengths from the front. Now had to go wide around that far turn. Script is 4th back toward the inside. Looks for some running room there. And then Let My People Go, who's 5th and shifting out toward the center of the course. Here's Determined Kingdom coming forward, and Wendelson to the inside. Mustache has lost ground. Script is up the rail from 4th and looking for some room. It is Wendelson. DeBob coming. Script needs room. Tries to find it. DeBob far outside. Wendelson toward the inside. Script is in between that pair. DeBob is running on for Corey Lannery, and DeBob to win it. Script was second, Wendelson third, and close for 4th.
Well, Wendelson spins for home with the advantage, and he still had a little bit of horse, but he just gets gobbled up. That's the difference between dirt racing and turf racing. These horses that have turn of foots, and the difference between the 5 DeBob and the 2 was just the clearer path to victory. Luckily, out in the clear, the 2 was back behind horses, had to work through that seam. He got through there, but at that point in time, DeBob had already gotten to the front, and it was game over. The ultra-consistent son of No Nay Never scoring for Ed Vaughn with Corey Lannery in the saddle at 7-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race. Number 5, DeBob, finished first. Number 2, Script, was second. Number 1, Wendelson, third. The 4, Mischievous Rogue, fourth. 5-2-1-4 unofficial. Race 5 results official, 5-2-1-4, the official results. Into the winner's circle, official winner of Keeneland's fifth, the Calumet, number 5, DeBob, owned by Jeff Whitfield and Mike Morrison, trained by Ed Vaughn. Corey Lannery is the jockey. DeBob, a 6-year-old gelded son of No Nay Never out of Habit Ray by Master Craftsman Brennan Ireland by Al Shirah Farms. 1 minute, 2.61 seconds for the 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf. Hurley pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4-5. In the winner's circle, the Calumet Trophy presentation to the connections of DeBob. Keeneland's sixth race upcoming, the Grade 3 Perryville Stakes. The main track is listed fast, double in pick 3, and start of the late pick 5. Scratch the 1 Gaming. Scratch number 1 Gaming. As a result of that scratch, no superfecta on race 6.
Race number 6 is coming up next here at Keeneland Racecourse, the Grade 3 Perryville Stakes for 3-year-olds, and a serious renewal of the Perryville Stakes. It truly is amazing in this short period of time how much we have seen this race develop from the days of Nashville back during the Breeders' Cup card a few years ago here at Keeneland Racecourse to where we're at now and being a Grade 3, and how good this race has become over the course of recent seasons, and another phenomenal renewal in store for us here today. This afternoon in 19 minutes. Captain Cook opens up at 1-9, and he's holding at that price right now. This is a colt that was purchased out of the Keeneland November sale back in 2024 by Vinny Viola, the Viola family in St. Elias Stable, for $410,000. And boy, has he been worth the investment. Out of that purchase at the Keeneland November sale would break his maiden. He'd win the Wither Stakes, and his most recent start was the best of his career. He ran a giant race in the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkin Stakes at Saratoga, just being beaten by Patch Adams, who is now a stallion, who's going to be a stallion next year and a Grade 1 winner. So at 20-1, he nearly sprung a giant upset. He beat Barnes in that race by a length and a half, who's competing here today. He's the 3, but Captain Cook is the real deal, and we'll see how this price shakes out over the course of the next 18 minutes. I would imagine that's going to drift upward a bit from 1-9. That does seem a little bit low given the quality in this group, but this is the colt to beat, no question about it, based on his run in the Grade 1 Allen Jerkins just about 2 months back. The number 2 horse, Taylor's Version, is 23-1. That is an absurd price on this Into Mischief colt. Dale Roman's just telling me a second ago down here in the paddock, he's one of the best bred horses that he's ever trained. And they, with this inside draw, because of the scratch of the 1, they said it really doesn't change things much. They were always going to just let him roll out of there as he's got a tremendous amount of speed. So this is a colt who is just on the upward trajectory from what we've seen from him, especially in his last race. So at 22-1, even if he settles it, say, 10, 11-1, that is a huge number on a colt that absolutely deserves this opportunity in this Grade 3 and is capable of winning this Grade 3 Perryville Stakes. And then finally, the number 4 horse, that is Owen Almighty. This is a son of Speightstown, who his last race at Charlestown, nothing went right. He's steadied. He got in all sorts of trouble. Tyler Gaffleone just wrapped up on him coming around the turn in that 2-turn event at Charlestown, going 7/8 of a mile. Prior to that, he ran a giant 5th-place finish in the Grade 1 Kentucky Derby. His connections were so pumped up about that performance for him to finish 5th in that mile-and-a-quarter event. We saw him here in the Toyota Bluegrass. This is a horse, after his Pasco win, that we didn't think we were going to see on the Derby trail, but they continued down that path because of his Sam F. Davis performance and his win in the Grade 3 Tampa Bay Derby. So they continued to try, but I feel like always in the back of their mind, they felt like this was going to be a one-turn sprint type, maybe a miler at best. But Owen Almighty, don't concern yourself with that last race. He is a much better horse than what was represented at Charlestown on Charlestown Classic night. Great race coming up. Still 1-9 on the number 5 horse, Captain Cook, 16 minutes away from the start of the late pick 5, our first of 2 graded stakes races this Saturday here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, 17th running of the Perryville Stakes, Grade 3. For 3-year-olds at 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. Scratch number 1, Gaming. As a result of that scratch, no superfecta on race 6. Main track is fast. The turf is firm. The rail at 30 feet on the turf course. Post time in 8 minutes as the late pick 5 gets underway. Now the post parade, beginning with number 2, Taylor's Version, owned by the Albaugh Family Stables, LLC, of Dennis Albaugh, trained by Dale Romans, the jockey Corey Lannery. Number 3, Barnes, owned by Zidane Racing Stables of Amr Zidane, trained by Bob Baffert. Jose Ortiz is up. 4, Owen Almighty, owned by Flying Dutchman of Travis Boersma, trained by Brian Lynch, the jockey Luis Saez. 5, Captain Cook, owned by the St. Elias Stable of Vincent Viola, trained by Todd Pletcher and the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. 6, Rolando, owned by St. George of Herman Larea, trained by Fausto Gutierrez, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Post time is 7 minutes.
So happy to be joined by Travis Boersma with Flying Dutchman Stables here, representing Owen Almighty. First and foremost, Travis, this horse has taken you on such an incredible ride. Can you kind of speak to that?
Tell you what, man, we are so lucky. We're so blessed. We've got a hell of a team, and we've got a hell of a stable, and just so thankful to be here, so grateful.
And how does it feel to be here at Keeneland as well on such a beautiful day?
Well, you look around, I mean, the remodel on this place and the people that put all the blood, sweat, and tears in making this stuff happen, it's a special place. A lot of history.
Absolutely. Now, Owen Almighty, he's been pretty consistent throughout his career. What happened last time out?
Well, it's a mystery. It might have been his twin brother who showed up. We don't really know. But I'll tell you, he looks good. He's training well. I mean, we're optimistic. We'll see what happens today.
He's a cool horse. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Perryville, start of the late pick 5. Moving into line race 6. Here's Taylor's version coming forward. And now Barnes. Owen Almighty, last two getting set to load. Captain Cook. Rolando, the last one. Walks up. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off in the Perryville. There's Taylor's version from the inside. Owen Almighty is right there. Here's Barnes now kicking in from between horses to move up. Taylor's version has the lead. Barnes draws alongside Owen Almighty, and then Captain Cook and Rolando further out as they head up the back stretch. Taylor's version, the leader, leads it only a half length, though. Barnes is there between horses, second by a neck. Owen Almighty third up on the outside by a length. Captain Cook side by side at the back with Rolando as they work off the end of the back stretch. 21.69 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Taylor's version, the leader. Taylor's version leads it by 3/4 of a length. Barnes is second between horses, same margin. Owen Almighty wide to the far turn. In third position, a length and a half. Captain Cook is still fourth down toward the inside as they round the far turn. And Rolando is last. Barnes is putting ahead in front. Taylor's version still there to the inside. Barnes to the outside. And that pair will come to the top of the stretch, contesting the lead. A gap of 5 lengths. Captain Cook is fighting his way up the inside, but still in third position. Owen Almighty, then Rolando. Barnes has the lead. Captain Cook tries to get going, still 4 lengths away. Owen Almighty's there to the outside. They're all chasing Barnes. Barnes into the final furlong of the Perryville. Barnes by 5. Back to Captain Cook. Owen Almighty. It is all Barnes. Jose Ortiz, much the best in the Perryville. Barnes to win it. Captain Cook was home second. Owen Almighty third. Rolando fourth. And Taylor's version fifth.
Well, Barnes shows up today here at Keeneland in the Grade 3 Perryville Stakes. He was just off the pace set by Taylor's version, who got pretty hot before the race. He starts to back up at this point in time, and Barnes able to go on with it and show what he is made of here this afternoon at Keeneland. Captain Cook just had too much work to do, could not cut into that advantage in the early stages of the race carved out by Barnes. An impressive performance for Zidane Racing and trainer Bob Baffert. 3-5-4-6, unofficial in the Grade 3 Perryville Stakes.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's sixth race. Number 3, Barnes, finished first. Number 5, Captain Cook, was second. Number 4, Owen Almighty, third. Number 6, Rolando, fourth. 3, 5, 4, 6 unofficial. Sixth race results official. 3, 5, 4, 6, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's 6th race, 17th running of the Perryville Stakes, Grade 3. Number 3, Barnes. Owned by Zidane Racing Stables of Amr Zidane, trained by Bob Baffert, the winning jockey Jose Ortiz. Barnes, a 3-year-old son of Into Mischief, out of All-American Dream by American Pharaoh, bred in Kentucky by Jeff Trown and Don Rachel LLC. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 23.45 seconds. Presenting the trophy for the Perryville, Keeneland Finance Assistant Laura Hornberger. Laura is retiring in early 2026, and we thank her for her years of service to Keeneland. She presents to the connections of Barnes.
Barnes would just not stop today in the Grade 3 Perryville Stakes for Zidane Racing, Bob Baffert, and Jose Ortiz. What was different about this race that you had with him here today at Keeneland versus the race up at Saratoga, Jose?
Well, in the race in Saratoga, around the 3-8 pole, he wanted to go, and I was behind a wall of horse, so I had to wait. And he's a big horse, you know. It took him a while to get going. I feel like he was the best horse that day. And today, I talked to Bob earlier, and he wanted me to break out of there very aggressive, putting forward. And, you know, the horse helped me, and I did just that.
Were you just getting him going in the latter stages? It seemed like he would have gone around another lap and kept that same advantage.
Oh, yeah. He finished the race running. I was very happy with the performance. He was ready today. I want to thank the owner and Bob for giving me the opportunity to ride this amazing horse.
Congratulations, Jose.
Thank you, Scott.
Barnes, ultra impressive in today's Perryville.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the late pick 4. Main track is fast. Turf is firm. The rail at 30 feet on the turf course today. In the 7th race, scratch the 9, Aunt Cheryl. And also scratch number 13, Light My Flame.
Race number 7 starts the late pick 4 here at Keeneland. Already 16 minutes to post, and taking a look at the tote board, a pretty wide open event with a 2-1 favorite, the number 4 horse for Wesley Ward. That is Glow of a Rose for the ownership of Kevin Chesson as well as Chris Armbrust, a filly by Vacoma, who's been putting together some strong workouts here at Keeneland. She's a good-looking filly, good-looking chestnut filly, big filly, 2-year-old late in this 2-year-old season, and taking things in stride here. She takes a look at the crowd here at Keeneland Racecourse. She's got those blinkers on, just going back and forth, looking at her environment, and now just getting a little keyed up down here, but nothing to be concerned about as of right now as she circles the paddock at Keeneland. But in Wesley Ward, we trust with these 2-year-olds and this filly working well, daughter of Vacoma, getting set for her debut. The number 2 horse is Stay in Tune for trainer Steve Asmussen. This is a hard-spun filly who's been working up at Turfway Park, comes here to try the dirt. We saw a runner for Steve Asmussen yesterday come down off of workouts at Turfway and win on the turf course, but this one pointed towards the main track here today. She's out of McLean's Music First Dam. The First Dam has produced 2-year-old winners in the past, so the precocity is there looking at the family tree with Stay in Tune, 18-1 on the board currently. And then finally, the number 7 horse, Music Burst, for Rusty Arnold. Rusty Arnold sends this daughter of McLean's Music out at 6-1 right now with Johnny Velasquez, and she's been working locally here at Keeneland Racecourse. This is another family from the female side of 2-year-old success and a stakes winner as well. So a big family here, a long-established family with Music Burst from Cloudburst, that Stormcat First Dam. Really good 2-year-old race coming up, as they always are here at Keeneland, to start the late pick 4.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Woods Edge. Maiden special weight 2-year-old filly, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the late pick 4. Scratch the 9, Aunt Cheryl. And scratch 13, Light My Flame. Post time 6 minutes.
Race number 7, 4 minutes to post, and here's another look at Glow of a Rose, now 5-2 on the tote board. I just had a lengthy conversation with Wesley Ward about this filly, asking about her and just her look and everything about it, and he said he absolutely fell in love with her when he saw her at a 2-year-old in training sale earlier this year, and he was talking about her size, and you can see it if you're looking at her out on the track, and I think you can get a good gauge of how she stacks up even next to the pony here, but she is just a really, really pretty daughter of Vacoma. And he also mentioned that she's one of those types that he feels like the longer she goes, the better she's going to get. And she's not the quickest horse in the world, as we always see the Wesley Ward horses be very, very quick. But he says she's got speed, so I can't imagine that she won't be too far out of it. I also asked him about the blinkers that she's wearing, because it's a pretty substantial, not cup, but just extension that she's wearing. And he said he didn't have them on her in the initial stages of training her, but he just recently put them on her to get a little bit more focus. And Julio Garcia, who gets on these horses, works these horses for Wesley, said it really helped her a lot. So they're sticking with that equipment that she's wearing here today, but just one to keep an eye on, not only here, but in the future for Wesley Ward. 5-2 on the board as we're closing in on the start of the late pick 4. The pool approaching $250,000. We're 3 minutes away from post time.
Yeah, or I'll call people from cocktails to dinner, like the dinner bell or something. Can you get a picture, or are you going? Hey, my friend.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Woods Edge, start of the late pick 4. Moving into line race 7. Feeling Groovy comes forward along with Presumptuous. Summer Date walks up. Glow of a Rose. Here's Hot Gossip. Majestic Moon, the last one. Walks up. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off. Pause and Presumptuous. They come out to contest the early lead. Slay the Day kicks in down toward the inside. Presumptuous far outside. Slay the Day to the inside. And then Pause in between horses who's up close as they head up the back stretch. Solemn Vow is in 4th. Majestic Moon is a wide 5th. Feeling Groovy kicks in. Moves up a closer 6th down toward the inside. Glow of a Rose is in 7th. Music Burst alongside her is 8th. Summer Date is a wide 9th. Awkward move there for Stay in Tune, who had to check going into the far turn. Drops out next to last. Gap of 5 more lengths back to Hot Gossip, who is last. Slay the Day leading Presumptuous a length and a half around the far turn. Feeling Groovy, Solemn Vow, who's there to the outside from 4th. Now 3rd, has to go to the far outside as they move for the top of the stretch. Glow of a Rose is in 5th position, still better than 5 lengths off the lead. Summer Date is 3 more behind her. Glow of a Rose has to go out to the grandstand side with a lot of ground to make up. They turn for home. Solemn Vow comes forward for the lead. Presumptuous in close in between horses. Slay the Day there to the inside. And then Feeling Groovy. And Feeling Groovy is up to 4th now. Glow of a Rose is still 5th. Solemn Vow the leader. Feeling Groovy goes to 2nd. Solemn Vow is in front. 16th to go. 3-length lead for Solemn Vow. Back to Feeling Groovy. Solemn Vow the leader. Solemn Vow the winner for Tyler Gaffalione. Feeling Groovy was home 2nd. Glow of a Rose was up in time for 3rd.
We are in the midst of one of the most remarkable meets that we have ever seen from an ownership in Spendthrift Farm. Maybe the greatest that we'll ever see here at Keeneland Racecourse. Another victory as they remain perfect this fall at Keeneland. Solemn Vow out of the Alstall Junior Barn scores at odds of 4-1. But when you see those orange and purple silks, I guess just go to the window here at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 8, Solemn Vow, finished first. Number 3, Feeling Groovy, second. Number 4, Glow of a Rose, third. Number 1, Slay the Day, fourth. 8-3-4-1, unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Woodsheds. Number 8, Solemn Vow, owned by the Spendthrift Farm LLC of Eric Gustafson, trained by Al Stahl Jr. Tyler Gaffaley owned the jockey. Solemn Vow, a 2-year-old filly by Constitution out of Rainier by Medaglia d'Oro, bred in Kentucky by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings LLC. Keeneland September graduate Solemn Vow gets the 6 furlongs in 1 minute 11.6 seconds and is now the official winner. 8-3-4-1, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Woods Edge Trophy presentation to the connections of Solemn Vow. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming, including double and pick 3 wagering, starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. The turf is firm, the rail at 30 feet today. Scratch the 10 multitask. 10 multitask scratched. A reminder, the jockey for number 8, the Minkster, Sheldon Russell. Number 8, the Minkster, the jockey, Sheldon Russell.
Race number 8 starts the late pick 3 here at Keeneland. Back onto the turf course for this 8th event. It's a third level allowance race at a mile and a 16th on the turf course. Genius Jimmy, the number 9 horse, is 6-1 right now in a pretty wide open wagering event, according to the wagering, with 18 minutes to post. And Genius Jimmy, a son of Jimmy Creed for Michael McCarthy, making his second start here in Kentucky. This is a horse that had been very good in Southern California at Santa Anita, down at Del Mar on opening weekend. He was able to win a second level allowance race, and he is all about strutting his stuff out on the front end. And I think that when you look at his races in allowance company and even his races in which he's been defeated, he has been running giant races. He ran in the Grade 3 American Stakes last year, ended up being part of the pace that day when Johannes, one of the top milers in the United States, was able to win that day and really kind of one of his breakout parties before going on to Grade 1 success. His loss 3 starts ago at Santa Anita, he set the pace in front of Final Boss, who's a John Sadler Horonis racing runner who's got a lot of speed as well. And he was able to hang right heads up with Final Boss. Now, last time out, he was running at Kentucky Downs, and a much different scenario, going a mile that day with just a much different setup, as we always talk about. So give me all day Genius Jimmy at this price, 6-1 on the board. I think there's a good chance he's going to be tough to catch today, going a mile and a 16th. The number 1 horse, Theismann, for Peter Urton, 9-2 on the board right now. He's another one that likes to mix it up. We'll see how this plays out between these Southern California horses, or former Southern California horses, as Theismann has been here in Kentucky throughout 2025, but he has really come on in his last couple of starts after going sprint distances, going to 2 turns at Ellis and at Churchill Downs. He's 2 for 2, so looking to keep things rolling is Theismann for the Searing family CRK stable, a son of Quality Road. And then finally, the number 4 horse, 12-1 on the board, Ion Rye for trainer Matt Sims. He comes in from Southern California as well. He's going to get a setup. Can he kick on and show something here in this long stretch at Keeneland? I think there's a good chance of it. This is a great betting race, one of the best of the afternoon, in my opinion. We're 16 minutes away from post time. It's race 8 here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, the Margot, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up, at 1 1/16 over the firm turf, the rail at 30 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3. Scratch the 10, multitask number 10 scratched. Jockey for the 8, the Minkster, Sheldon Russell. 8, the Minkster, the jockey Sheldon Russell. Post time in 7 minutes.
Here's a look at the number 6 horse, Green Lights, for Rudy Brisset, Peter Blum Thoroughbreds, a Peter Blum homebred, colt by Hardspun, who's won 3 of 10. And those 3 wins coming over the last couple of seasons. He's got 1 win from 3 starts this year. And this was Gabby's best angle this morning on Today at Keeneland. Good-looking colt by Hardspun coming out of that Kentucky Downs race. And a horse that should get a decent setup in this race under Jose Ortiz. He's 7-2 on the board right now as we get set for the late pick 3. And there's a good look at him in the sun. There's nothing like looking at these horses with the sun reflecting off of them here at Keeneland Racecourse. And he's warming up beautifully under Jose Ortiz. Good luck in race number 8, a phenomenal betting race as you take a look at the tote board, as he is the favorite at 7-2.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Margot. Moving into line, race 8. This is Uskar comes forward, along with the Minkster, Eye on Rye, Genius Jimmy. Degree of risk. 911 Turbo, the last one, walks up. Goes in at the post. Problems there for Siege of Boston, who burst through the gate, along with Genius Jimmy. Siege of Boston and Genius Jimmy examined and approved to move back into line. Locked up, ready for a start. And they're off. This is Uskar, Theismann, Genius Jimmy. Genius Jimmy moves up on the outside to challenge Theismann for the early lead. This is Uskar will settle back into the third position as they head into the first turn. Miranda Wrights is fourth to the inside. Green Light will go fifth, and a gap of 4 more lengths back to Degree of Risk, who's sixth against the rail around the first turn. Siege of Boston, seventh in between horses. 911 Turbo is a wide 8th. A gap of 5 more lengths. The Minkster next to last. Eye on Rye, the trailer. Theismann is the leader. Theismann guides the field off the turn and onto the backstretch, leading Genius Jimmy by just just over 2 lengths. Green Light is moving up to the far outside from 4th to 3rd to 2nd, and now starts to draw alongside of the leader. So here is Green Light, midpoint of the backstretch from the outside, has a head in front, but still you've got Theismann right there to the inside. 22.66 was the time for that opening quarter. Genius Jimmy now moves up between horses, a closer third. This is Uskar is fourth. 911 Turbo is fifth. It was 47.5 seconds for the first half mile. They stack up 3 across the course for the lead. Theismann to the inside. Genius Jimmy between horses, and Green Light is there wide to the turn on the far outside. A half length separates the top 3. It is still Theismann with Green Light making another run from the outside. Genius Jimmy is third coming off the far turn and is now 2 lengths off the lead. This is Uskar, moves toward the outside. 911 Turbo far outside. Miranda Wrights is looking for some running room down toward the rail, has moved up into third. Theismann has the lead. Green Light is in the second position. Miranda Wrights, Degree of Risk is finding an opening. Here's Miranda Wrights. Here's Degree of Risk. They're coming to the outside of Theismann. Theismann to the inside. Miranda Wrights, Degree of Risk on the far outside. Theismann's got the lead. Miranda Wrights makes a final run, then Degree of Risk. Theismann, then Miranda Wrights. Theismann, Miranda Wrights. Photo for the win.
Well, this photo is going to determine whether it's a 5-2 winner or a 40-1 winner, as it's Theismann. What a race from this horse. Out on the front end, horses took multiple shots at him, and this final shot is going to come from Miranda Wrights, who finally gets out back from behind of Theismann and makes it very close on the wire. Let's see if we can figure this out as they come down to the wire on replay. I'd edge towards the far side. I think Theismann was able to maintain just a slight advantage on the wire, but the photo's posted on the board.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 1, Theismann finished first. Number 2, Miranda Wrights was second. Number 5, Degree of Risk third. The 911 Turbo fourth. 12511 unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the Margot, number 1 Theismann, owned by the CRK Stable LLC of Lee Searing, trained by Peter Urton. 2 wins today for Luis Saez. Theismann, a 5-year-old gelded son of Quality Road, out of Brielle's Appeal by English Channel, bred in Kentucky by Dixiana Farms LLC. Keeneland September graduate Theismann gets the mile at a 16th over the firm turf, 1 minute 41.03. Eighth race results official. 1-2-5-11, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Margot trophy presentation to the connections of Theismann. Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 27th running of the Lexus Raven Run, Grade 2. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch number 2, Vixen. Scratch the 3, Strong State. Scratch the 4, Volleyball Princess. Also scratch number 6, Reputation. A reminder, the jockey for the 12 Vodka with a Twist, Tyler Gaffalione. 12 Vodka with a Twist, Tyler Gaffalione. Please note, 13 Kappa Kappa draws into the race. Jockey, John Velasquez. 13 Kappa Kappa draws in. The jockey is John Velasquez. Scratch the 14, Taliesin. 14, Taliesin is scratched. 15 draws in. Tatia Roa. 15, Tatia Roa draws in, the jockey as programmed.
The Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run Stakes is next here at Keeneland. 7 furlongs for 3-year-old fillies, a $400,000 purse, and what a renewal here in 2025 of this stalwart of the fall program here at Keeneland Racecourse. Looking at the wagering, 2 horses sitting as the favorites in here, both the 8 and 9. We start with the 8 horse, that is Usha, for trainer Bob Baffert, and Pegram Watson Whiteman, a filly by Tiz the Law, who is looking to give Bob Baffert a stake sweep on this Saturday afternoon at Keeneland Racecourse. This is a filly that last year at the age of 2 had 4 races where she was favored in 3 of those 4 starts, could not break through, could not break her maiden. Started off at the early part of the Del Mar summer meet in 2024. Then they put her away. She comes back this summer at Del Mar, and she has been a much improved version of herself. A filly by Tiz the Law that was purchased last year as a 2-year-old for $600,000, but her 2 races at Del Mar were phenomenal. She broke her maiden by 11 lengths. She picked up an allowance win by 5 1/4 lengths, and she is just trending upward. And she is a filly that's absolutely on her toes and looks ready to roll this afternoon. A beautiful marking on her forehead as well on her face. A really pretty filly with Ira Ortiz Jr. getting the opportunity to ride this filly. So it's a bit keyed up, but this is a crowd that I think that she would not be familiar with, a new environment for her as she ships out here to Kentucky. But I think that she is got a strong hand to play here this afternoon. And I love the fact that as they did not rush this filly at any point, they bring her back here to Kentucky to run against straight 3-year-old fillies versus, say, jumping into a Breeders' Cup race in a couple weeks' time and tackling older fillies and mares. So Usha, for me, on top, looking to keep this trend forward, moving forward and upward for Pegram Watson Whiteman and trainer Bob Baffert. My second choice is the number 7 horse. That is Maida for trainer Brittany Russell. 32-1 on the board right now. There are some massive numbers on horses with fillies that have run huge races, but the question marks surround where they're coming from in the competition that they beat. But this filly has done everything that's been asked of her in her last 3 starts. She won by 9.5, 4 lengths, 8 lengths in her last 3. Just absolutely that much better than the competition. What do you do in these instances? You tackle bigger competition for bigger prize money, bigger status, bigger black type. And that's exactly what Brittany Russell and Goodfellas is doing with this improbable filly here today. And a huge number of 31-1. She's got a look in here to at least fill out a superfecta, in my opinion, if you're looking at her on down the line, and an exotic player, I should say. And then finally, the number 9 horse, that is Ragtime. She is the current favorite at 3-2. She's going to get a setup. Gabby and I talked about this morning on our morning show today at Keeneland. She lays back. She makes her run. There's plenty of speed to set the table for this filly. Her only defeat came in the Grade 1 Test Stakes, where she was beaten by the ultra-talented Kilwin and was only beaten a neck in that race. She came to Churchill. She won the Grade 3 Dogwood and now comes here to Keeneland Racecourse. So Junior Alvarado, very familiar with this filly's style, her approach, as he's ridden her in all of her 4 career starts, and he gets the call here today for Godolphin and Bill Mott. Great race coming up. Enjoy it. The 7 furlong Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run Stakes comes up next in 13 minutes.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 27th running of the Lexus Raven Run Grade 2. 3-year-old fillies at 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch the 2 Vixen. Scratch the 3 Strong State. Scratch 4 Volleyball Princess. Also scratch the 6 Reputation. A reminder, Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey for the 12, Vodka with a Twist. 13 Kappa Kappa draws in, the jockey John Velasquez. Scratch the 14 Taliesin. 15 draws in to Tia Roa, the jockey, as programmed. Post time 6 minutes. Number 1, Delightful Claire, owned by Rigney Racing LLC of Richard Rigney, trained by Phil Bauer. Joel Rosario is the jockey. 5, Almond Joy, owned by Connie Baker, Jerry Baker, Mike Golovko, Terry Scanlon, trained by Aggie Ordonez. Kent DeSormo will ride. 7 is Maida, owned by Goodfellas LLC of Harry Papaleo, trained by Brittany Russell, the jockey Sheldon Russell. Number 8, Usha, owned by Mike Pegram, Carl Watson, and Parl Whiteman, trained by Bob Baffert. Irad Ortiz Jr. is up. 9, Ragtime, races for Godolphin LLC, Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Bill Mott, the jockey Junior Alvarado. 10, Simply Joking, owned by Grantley Acres of Jeff Nixon, Ryan Connor, Burkles 0813 of Ed Shable, Commonwealth of Chase Chamberlain, trained by Michael McCarthy, Frankie Dettori to ride. 11, Quiet Side, races for Shortleaf Stable Incorporated of John Ed Anthony, trained by John Ortiz, the jockey Jose Ortiz. 12, Vodka with a Twist, owned by Medallion Racing of Philip Shelton, Omar Aldaba, William Strauss, Black Ridge Stables LLC of William Darty, Schwing Thoroughbreds of Lloyd Schwing, trained by Phil D'Amato, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. 13, Draws In, Kappa Kappa for LC Racing LLC of Glenn Bennett, Cassius King LLC of Charles Acne, Wellesley Stable of trainer Butch Reed, the jockey John Velasquez. And 15, Tia Roa draws in for Rigney Racing LLC of Richard Rigney, trainer Phil Bauer, the jockey Luis Saez. The post time coming up in 5 minutes.
Such a competitive race coming up next, but Almond Joy, I know that she has been very special to you in particular. Can you kind of put into words what she's been able to do and accomplish as of late?
Well, I've been training long enough, 30 years now, to know that she's just one in a million. She is such a special horse, and I'm glad I've been here long enough to appreciate how special she is. It is amazing being here at Keeneland. This is definitely horse heaven, just as everyone said. She seems to enjoy it. We galloped big over the track. I thought she loved it. And we're hoping that the roll continues.
How about the relationship between this filly and Kent DeSormo? Because obviously he's been aboard the past couple of times. Why do they get along? What makes it work?
Well, he's just an old school horseman, and you don't see that as much anymore in the younger days. He's done his time. He's been doing this for a lot of years, and he likes her, and she likes him. I can't really explain why they get along, and they've learned. She's learned a lot from him, and he's been on her since the beginning. Before she ever ran, he'd ride around the backstretch at Del Mar, and he said right away, first time he worked her, he said, "Oh, we got a good one here, Aggie." So it's been a special relationship.
Oh, so happy to hear. Good luck here today.
Thank you, Gabriella.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 27th running of the Lexus Raven Run, Grade 2. Moving into line 9th race. Maida comes forward along with Vodka with a Twist. Here's Usha. Ragtime. Tatia Roa will be the last one. Walks up. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off in the Lexus Raven Run. There's Kappa Kappa out for the early lead. Almond Joy is up close in the opening strides as well. Quiet Side is right there. Vodka with a Twist. Delightful Claire to the inside. Tatia Roa up to the far outside. Almond Joy is going to back away from that scramble up front. Simply Joking moves by to the far outside. Usha is there between horses. About 5 lengths separates the front 7 or 8 as they head to the far turn. Simply Joking had to check out of a crowd of traffic and lost several lengths on the backstretch. Maida moves up down toward the inside. Ragtime is last as they head on to the far turn. It is Usha to the inside with the lead. Delightful Claire is there in between horses. Kappa Kappa is third up to the far outside. Tatia Roa is about 5 wide on the turn outside of Vodka with a Twist. Almond Joy tries to move up the rail, still running 5 lengths off the lead around the turn. Usha to the inside. Kappa Kappa there to the far outside, and still Delightful Claire is in behind that pair as they move to the top of the stretch and move on by the quarter pole. Vodka with a Twist will have to go out to the grandstand side. Almond Joy still 5 lengths off the lead as they turn for home. Vodka with a Twist and Kappa Kappa going at it for the lead. Almond Joy is getting untracked on the outside, but they're inside the 8th pole, and Ragtime is on the extreme outside. Vodka with a Twist has a short lead from Kappa Kappa. Ragtime, then Almond Joy. Vodka with a Twist. Kappa Kappa stubborn. Ragtime is running on. Here's the wire. Kappa Kappa. Vodka with a Twist. Kappa Kappa. Kappa Kappa John Velasquez to win the Lexus Raven Run in a 27-1 upset.
What a horse race here in the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run Stakes as Kappa Kappa just dug in a heated battle with Vodka with a Twist and Ragtime. She was so far back in the earlier stages of this race, but she was rolling down the center of the race course, and she ran a huge race in defeat, as did Vodka with a Twist, as it looks like Kappa Kappa just gets there as she out-bobs Vodka with a Twist. She's behind at this point in time. You want to talk about battling back? That's exactly what Kappa Kappa did here this afternoon for Butch Reed and Johnny V.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's ninth and featured race. Number 13, Kappa Kappa, finished first. 12, Vodka with a Twist, second. 9, Ragtime, third. And 5, Almond Joy was fourth. 13, 12, 9, 5, unofficial. Ninth race results official, 13, 12, 9, 5, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's ninth and featured race, 27th running of the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run, 13, Kappa Kappa. Owned by LC Racing LLC of Glenn Bennett, Cassius King LLC of Charles Zackney, Wellesley Stable of trainer Butch Reed, John Velasquez, the winning jockey. Kappa Kappa, 3-year-old filly by Omaha Beach out of Pharaoh's Princess by Pioneer of the Nile, bred in Pennsylvania by Stone Jug Ranch LLC. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 23.9 seconds. Now the trophy presentation for the featured Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run. Joe Moses, Vice President, Lexus Guest Experience, and Brad Pollard, General Manager, present to the connections of Kappa Kappa.
Kappa Kappa with the biggest upset in the history of the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run for Butch Reed. Johnny Velasquez, your sixth stakes win this meet here at Keeneland. What a battle she was involved with Vodka with the Twist down to her outside, I should say. How much grit did a filly like this show you here today with this victory?
And she showed a lot of heart. The only thing that she found herself in the 316 pole in front, and the other horse passed her, and then she came back and put her a good fight. First time in here, you can see she was looking a lot about the 3-8 pole to the 516 pole. And I kind of waited for the horses inside of me to get head and head with me, and then they stopped in the quarter pole, so I kind of let it go to the lead, and she kind of waited. She got surprised with the horse on the outside. Finally, I went back to left-handed, and she responded very nicely, so very nicely done.
Well done, Johnny.
Thank you.
And well done to Butch Reed to have the confidence in bringing this filly here to face this level of competition. What more did you learn about Kappa Kappa today with this victory?
Certain gameness. That was the one thing we were, she's been beating up on some horse fields pretty easily up at Philly, so she certainly showed some gameness today, we think. We hope she would.
And when Johnny said, like he said, that filly passed her and she just came right back, I mean, how anxious was that stretch run for you, Butch?
Oh, it certainly was. But then when I saw her digging back in, I know she's got the talent, and obviously she showed today she's got the heart to go along with it.
Congratulations on a big victory.
Thank you so much. Great being here at Keeneland.
Let's go to Gabby.
Scott, thank you. In here with one of the owners, and Glenn Bennett. Scott asked the same question. How anxious were you coming down the stretch? You kind of giggled and you were like, yeah, you were anxious.
It was brutal. I was dying. But the way she fought back was awesome. I mean, I couldn't be more excited. And, she's just a great filly.
How does it, obviously it's good to win anywhere, but here today on such a beautiful day at Keeneland?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. And it's the first time I've been here and the first time I raced a horse here. So, and the name came after Kappa Kappa Gamma, my daughter at Villanova's sorority. So that's how the Kappa Kappa came about.
Well, hopefully this actually leads to many more trips back to the winner's circle here at Keeneland.
I hope so.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Kappa Kappa getting the victory here today at Keeneland.
Thank you, Gabby and Scott. 10th and final race coming up. The turf is firm. Rail at 30 feet. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch number 4, Minstrelly. Scratch the 14, Academic Freedom. Scratch 15, Indigo Woods. And scratch 16, Rhapsody in Motion. The jockey for number 3, Maverick Queen, Axel Concepcion. The jockey for the 12, Karma Cat, John Velasquez. A reminder, number 13 draws into the race. 13, Pashmina draws in. The jockey as programmed. Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Stonehaven Steadings. Maiden special weight 2-year-old fillies 1 mile over the firm turf, the rail at 30 feet. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the 4, Minstrelly. Scratch the 14, Academic Freedom. Also scratch 15, Indigo Woods, and 16, Rhapsody in Motion. A reminder, the jockey for number 3, Maverick Queen, is Axel Concepcion. The jockey for number 12, Karma Cat, is John Velasquez. 13, Pashmina draws into the race jockey as programmed. Post time 7 minutes.
Tenth and final race in front of us. Don't forget about the $1 Toyota Super High 5 here in the nightcap. And we're looking at the number 8 horse. That is Shane's the Brains for Redham Racing. Doug O'Neill, Frankie Dettori gets the opportunity to ride this Nyquist filly. This is Redham Racing through and through. She's out of a Square Eddie First Dam by their champion Nyquist. And she's a full sister to stakes winners, including Slow Down Andy. She adds blinkers here this afternoon, stretching out to a route of ground after starting her career going 6.5 at Kentucky Downs. If you were with us earlier here at Keeneland Racecourse, and we know many of you were, the majority were, we saw Doug O'Neill pick up a victory with a big price runner at the early stages of the card. This is the reason that Doug O'Neill came here to Keeneland, was to watch this filly run for Redham Racing. He told me that down in the paddock earlier this afternoon, and that the money is there at 5-2 to make her the favorite in this start. Shane's the Brains looking to improve as she stretches out to a route of ground here this afternoon. The number 3 horse, Maverick Queen, Owen Hardy, the conditions this daughter have dialed in. In her last race, she lost the rider at the 5/16 pole, but her debut race was solid. She was making steady progress with a very slow pace out in front of her and only beating a length and a quarter. So I do think that this filly, she's going to get a little bit more pace here today. You would think just inherently running here at Keeneland at this point in the season. So Maverick Queen, if she can take a step forward from her debut effort that we saw at Ellis Park and have more pace or even run back to that, she could be right there in the end making a solid run to get in contention going the mile on the turf course. And then finally, the 2-horse Treasured Times. This is a filly by Essential Quality for Saffie Joseph Jr., owned by Mike Ryan, and making the debut here this afternoon. I would imagine that the reason for debuting her on the turf course here today is the fact that she's just going to get more distance to work with. And she's a pretty gray filly by Essential Quality, that wonderful racehorse who is represented with his first crop in part by Treasured Times here in 2025. Good luck in the nightcap, race 10. All wagers need to be in the next 4 minutes.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Stonehaven Steadings. Moving into line 10th race. Angelic Katie moves into line along with Liam's Latte. Fire, also Karma Cat walking up. Here's Backgammon. Pashmina will be the last one. Comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Backgammon. Backgammon comes right out for the early lead. Patron Silver is there toward the inside. Shanes the Brains up close as they head for the first turn, along with Unlikely Queen, who stacks up toward the outside with Fog Cove, and Karma Cat, who's out toward the center of the course, heading on to the first turn. It is Backgammon to the rail with the lead by 2 lengths. Shanes the Brains will go second, a lane off the rail around the first turn. Unlikely Queen is in third, Fog Cove, then Patron Silver, who is fifth down toward the inside. Karma Cat is a wide sixth off the first turn and onto the backstretch. Angelic Katie, between horses, is in seventh position and is followed by Maverick Queen, who travels along in the eighth spot. Pashmina ninth. Liam's Latte is in 10th. Treasured Times is 11th, and Fire last of the 12. They are still stacked up 3 across the course, contesting the lead. It is Backgammon and then Shanes the Brains and Karma Cat to the far outside. 23.7 seconds was the time for the opening quarter as they head off the end of the backstretch. 48.43 seconds the time for the first half mile. Backgammon the leader by a length. Shanes the Brains in second. Patron Silver up the inside to third as they round the far turn. Karma Cat has lost ground, and Maverick Queen moves up to her inside, takes over fourth. She's 5 lengths off the lead as they come toward the quarter pole. Backgammon leads it by a length and a half. Patron Silver there to the inside, and you've still got Shanes the Brains, who's right there toward the outside from third to second. Shanes the Brains and also Unlikely Queen and Maverick Queen now goes to third. They've all got to catch Backgammon. Patron Silver in second. After that brief move, nothing more from Shanes the Brains. Backgammon leads Patron Silver by 2 to the wire. It is Backgammon to win it by 2 lengths on the line. Patron Silver across the wire in second position. Maverick Queen was third. Liam's Latte came up the inside fourth, and Treasured Times from the outside to grab fifth.
Backgammon just kept on going out on the front end. Shanes the Brains in the 3. They're laying chase to this filly, but they back up, and it looked like once Patron Silver got off the rail that she was going to be able to potentially run this filly down, but the 7 found another gear, hangs in there, kind of drifts out a bit down the lane, but it did not matter. She was able to maintain that advantage that she'd carved out and win this race by better than 2 lengths in the end. Backgammon at a nice price here in the nightcap, taking the 10th and final at Keeneland at 6-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race. Number 7, Backgammon, finished first. Number 1, Patron Silver, was second. Number 3, Maverick Queen, third. The 11, Liam's Latte, fourth. And the 2, Treasured Times, fifth. 7-1-3-11-2, unofficial. At Keeneland, the inquiry sign posted on the infield board, a steward's inquiry focusing on the unofficial 4th place finisher, number 11, Liam's Latte, during the stretch run, so hold all tickets. Steward's inquiry pending concerning the unofficial 4th place finisher. Inquiry does not concern any of the top 3 at this time. And the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th race, the Stonehaven Steadings. Number 7, Backgammon, owned by Lighthouse Racing, Mike Iserman, Earl Silver, David Fishbein, trained by Mark Cassie, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. Backgammon, a 2-year-old filly by Maximum Security out of Vindicated Ghost by Vindication. Winter bred in Kentucky by Spruce Lane, Barnhart, Copper Beach, Gibson, Colm, Robertson, Ward. A mile over the firm turf, 137.99. Inquiry still pending concerning the unofficial 4th place finisher, number 11, Liam's Latte. Hold all tickets. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Stonehaven Steadings to the connections of Backgammon. Stewart's inquiry still pending. Video boards have various shots and angles of the stretch run of today's 10th race, focusing on the 11 Liam's Latte. Hold all tickets. There has been a disqualification. Stewards have ruled that number 11, Liam's Latte, who finished fourth, shall be disqualified for interference committed during the stretch run against number 9, Unlikely Queen. The new numbers now posted: 7, 1, 3, 2, 13. Again, the stewards have ruled that number 11, Liam's Latte, who finished fourth, shall be disqualified for interference in the stretch committed against the 9, Unlikely Queen. And as a result of that disqualification, the new numbers 7, 1, 3, 2, 13. The top three in the original result were unaffected by the ruling. Video boards again showing the replay of the stretch run of today's 10th race. Tenth race results official. 7-1-3-2-13, the official results. Pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Live racing resumes here at Keeneland tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern. Simulcasting remains open for another 10 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.